Good morning. Bienvenue, bienvenidos, bienvenidas. Pour la traduction en français, vous pouvez utiliser le canal 3 et si vous pouvez éteindre votre hotspot parce que ça fait un peu d'interférence. Para la traducción en español pueden usar el canal 2 y por favor cerrar el hotspot en el teléfono. Hay un poco de interferencia con el Wi-Fi. For translation to English, if necessary, you can use channel 1. And if I can kindly ask you to all switch off your hotspot because it interferes a little bit with the translation and with the Wi-Fi in the room. Thank you very much. Welcome again to this face-to-face part of the Global Academy on the Green Economy, organized under the auspices of the Partnership for Action on the Green Economy. We have seen most of you, almost all of you, in the online phase over the past 2 weeks, where we've already covered a lot of topics. We spoke about just transition, we spoke about trade, we spoke about nature-based solutions, enterprise development skills, and most of you have seen all the content on the electronic campus. And here we are, now finally together in one room. I hope you have traveled okay. I know that specifically one delegation from Rwanda is still somewhere at an airport, but we're sure they will arrive. Glad to see you all here in good health and hopefully with energy to start the face-to-face segment of this academy. Let us start with the opening session, and we have online with us, in first instance, Mrs. Rie Wijs-Kjelgaard, sorry. She is the director of the ILO Department on Enterprises, Productivity and the Just Transition. She is also a member of the management board of the Partnership for Action on Green Economy. Thank you so much for joining us, Rie Wijs-Kjelgaard. We also have with us Mrs. Veronica Tomé, Department Director at the German Federal Ministry of Environment, Nature Conservation, Nuclear Safety and Consumer Protection, BMU. Mrs. Veronica Tomé is also a member of the steering committee of the Partnership for Action on the Green Economy. We have with us online Mr. Tapan Mishra, who is the resident coordinator for the United Nations in Mongolia. Mr. Tapan Mishra was also resident coordinator in Pyongyang. He was a high-level policy and program advisor at the UNDP in New York, and he's a fervent promoter of the green economy and the work that we are all doing here. So thank you so much for our speakers. The three of them are online this morning, and after that we will come back to face-to-face presentations here in the room. So let us see if we can see them. Welcome, yes. And we have the Zoom up. And I'm giving the floor first to Mrs. Rie Wijs-Kjelgaard. Rie, you have the floor.
Good morning, Linda. Good morning, participants, and many thank you for inviting me on behalf of the PAGE Management Board to be part of the opening. And I must say, I would very much have appreciated if I could have been in the room with you. But due to some preparations that maybe some of you are aware of with the World Investment Forum, that is unfortunately not possible. And at the same time, the most important is actually not where I am, but where you are, and the fact that you are in the Academy now. So on behalf of the PAIDS Management Board, and again, I speak on behalf of UNEP, UNITAR, UNIDO, UNDP, and the ILO, it's really an honor and a pleasure to welcome you all to the Global Academy on Green Economy. And I do want to just share a few key points in the opening, but let me first make sure that it is appreciated that PAIDS is, with these 5 UN agencies, one of UN's initiatives to really enhance the global partnership on green economy. While it's UN, we have very many development partners that are supporting us, and that is crucial for actually making progress and to be able to offer you at country level a support that you hopefully consider important. Now, let me first say that the Academy is very much bringing together a very rich group of participants. It's very clear from what I can see, all of you are coming with an enormously rich diversity in both different country geographically located, different economic and social contexts, very different ministries also, and very many different types of stakeholders. So that basically means that you're bringing into the Academy a very rich and diverse group of experiences about greening the economy. And that's actually the main purpose of the Academy. It is exactly to bring together that diversity of experiences and insights so that we can learn from each other and we can be sharing our experience, but also our very different entry points to green the economy. And we need to learn from each other. We very much need to take stock of where we are in greening the economy in general. And we also very much need to look at what still needs to be done going forward. And maybe in particular, how this can be done. And I want to then make that point that all of you in the room, all of us, we have a key role to play in this. We also have a key responsibility in making it happen. We all stakeholders that are required to find the solutions and move forward on the greening of the economy. And it's by bringing all of this experience and knowledge and basically learning together that will allow us to see what we can and must build on to continue on this journey. So I'm also hoping very much that you will, in the Academy, be able to identify not only where you see some of the main challenges taking the green economy work forward, but also how you can prioritize entry points that especially will lead to concrete results with impact on the greening of the economy, but also honing in on what type of policies allow you to do that, what type of capacities will be required to actually implement it, and what would be the funding required to do so. And again, I would want to emphasize that all of that needs to be in place before we can actually see sustainable results on greening the economy. So let me close by sharing a particular wish and request to all of you from the PAIDS Management Board. We are very much hoping that you will, when you are discussing these issues, also think through and be very honest with the PAIDS partnership. What are the issues you are facing in terms of greening the economy? What do you think could be some of the solutions for it? And how can PAIDS be useful? And I would say PAIDS and the UN be useful to support you on that journey. So Linda, I will close with that. And again, wish everyone a very wonderful Academy. My regrets for not being there. But again, on behalf of the PAIDS Management Board, we are very, very happy that you are there and that we look forward to be learning more about the outcomes of the Academy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rives Kelgaert, Director of the ILO Department of Enterprises, Productivity and the Just Transition, member of the Management Board of the Partnership for Action on the Green Economy. And I would then give the floor to Ms. Veronica Tomé, Department Director at the German Federal Ministry for Environment, Nature Conservation, Nuclear Safety and Consumer Protection, and a member of the Steering Committee of the Partnership for Action on the Green Economy. Veronica Tomé, good morning. Thank you for joining us, and you have the floor.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for having me. I'm very impressed by this very nice looking and a room that seems to be a room where you can work in a concentrate manner, but also interact very well. And I really wish I would be there with you. But I'm very happy to be at least allowed to speak some welcoming words on behalf of the PAGE Steering Committee. Yes, I was introduced as being from the German Federal Ministry for the Environment. I used the short form of the long name. Germany has been a supporting partner of the Partnership of Green Economy and Action for Green Economy since the beginning, because we really think we really are a great believers on partnership, of action and of greening the economy. The Federal Ministry for the Environment is in Germany in charge of circular economy. And I personally, in this ministry, I had the department dealing not only with UN affairs, but also with bilateral relations to many countries in the world. It's almost the whole Latin American and Caribbean region. Hola, buenos días, que lo pasé muy bien esta semana. And also to almost all countries in Asia and some of them in the Pacific region as well. So some of your countries, I've got very good contacts at ministries level. I don't know if any of you is, so I don't know if personally, because I can't see you right now, I've got the participants list here, but if we haven't met yet, I would very much looking forward to meeting you. So you have a week before you in this excellent PAGE Academy. I think this is a great idea, a great format that PAGE has set up, because it relies on PAGE's main philosophy of peer learning. We all know what we do. We all want to do better what we do. We all have our own challenges, have found our own solutions. And some of the solutions that our partners have found might be extremely useful for challenges that we have, and we haven't found a solution yet. So this is why this is, in my view, the main idea of this these 5 days that you have in front of you. I know that, well, as far as I have been told, there are more than 80 participants this week there with you at the PAGE Academy. So this is a rich source of mutual learning. And as I said before, I wish I would be there for you. Why is this so important? Well, we face, well, it's no secret that we face major planetary crisis that is going to the worst. I think many natural disasters have shown how bad the situation is. At the same time, economic advances are difficult, and social inequalities are growing. So there is no lack of problems. There have been successes in intergovernmental negotiations in the environmental field this year, which is very encouraging. And I believe that if we make advances at the, well, last year CBD and this year BBNJ negotiations, but also if we want to make advances at the plastic negotiations, this is all possible if we know from each other what issues we are facing on the ground, what solutions we have developed on the ground, and how we can profit from each other and come to a common ground so that we take common decisions also in intergovernmental negotiations. So this learning from each other, I firmly believe that it does not only help with our own national issues, but it provides also common ground for further intergovernmental negotiations. It's a shared understanding about the problems at view. It is a shared mutual understanding about concepts, about challenges, about urgencies that the ones or the others face, and that facilitates then a common landing ground on agreed language and also on common action. And I can also, I can only echo the words of my previous speaker, that this is really, this week is the opportunity for you to share what your work with PAGE actually is, because there is a certain idea behind PAGE, as I mentioned, the partnership, the action, the greening of the economy with a stronger focus on circularity. But we need to know whether the idea that we have really resonates on the ground. What you really and honestly need as PAGE support, and what proposals you have to make PAGE work better. And as some of those who have already met me know, I'm very curious always also to make the connection between what happens on the ground, what happens in bilateral, mutual, peer learning exchange, and then also how we bring this common understanding that we develop together to the multilateral agendas and multilateral fora. So I firmly think that you as PAGE countries working on the greening of the economy are really at the forefront of what we need to do internationally. So please don't hold back your experiences and your learnings. It's really, I really hope that you share them and you promote them also to non-PAGE members. So I'm being very selfish now. Just make the campaign for joining PAGE. I think a common action is better the more we are. You're really at the forefront. You're testing the waters. You know what actually works on the ground. You know also which kind of exchange works. And I'm very sure that by the end of this week, you will have the possibility to feedback on this week and to say again and to inform Green Academy organizers about the format and whether it was helpful for you, and also how you want to follow up with these actions, because you're there together, you've got the opportunity, and I see it. And again, I think it's an excellent room that you have chosen there. You've got the opportunity to build up personal relationships, keep them afterwards, and try to extend and to enrich this page family. And I myself, I'm very, very curious to listen to. I know that Maya is there. I think I even happen to see her, but I only see her from behind. So Maya, yeah, that's Maya. So Maya is there and will certainly report to me personally about what she has listened at this week and what experiences were shared. So please don't be shy and talk to her if there's any message that you want to pass on directly to the steering board. We are very open to every kind of new ideas, and as Paige very often says, it's a demand-driven common partnership. So there is no partnership without the demand. So please feedback. And I don't want to hold you or refrain you from your peer learning exercise. I know that I would have many nice words and I could make a very nice and elaborated speech right now, maybe an even more inspiring speech. But at the beginning of this week, I really wanted to share my wish for your fruitful exchange, my admiration for what you do already, and my curiosity for what you will have commonly elaborated together this week. So without further ado, enjoy this week, use this opportunity, and please let this Page family grow further. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Veronica Tomé, Department Director at the German Federal Ministry of Environment and member of the steering board of the Partnership for Action on Green Economy. Thank you so much for those inspiring, welcoming words. And let me then hand over to Mr. Tapan Mishra, Residence Coordinator, UN Residence Coordinator in Mongolia. As you know, Mongolia is also a very important country in the Partnership for Action on Green Economy. Thank you so much for joining us today, Mr. Tapan Mishra, and you have the floor.
Thank you, Linda Dillon, for inviting me. Linda, the Program Manager for Sustainable Enterprises and Economies of ITC-ILO. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to you all from Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia, and good morning to you all in Turin. It is a pleasure to be with you, albeit virtually, in this opening session of the 5th edition of the Global Academy on Green Economy, organized by ILO International Training Center in collaboration with the UN Partnership for Action on Green Economy. The global community, as you know, is facing multiple interlinked crises, growing levels of poverty, inequality, and fragility, conflicts, debt, and food and energy insecurity, all exacerbated by changing climate, environmental degradation, and biodiversity loss. The triple planetary crisis is on us. If we are to respond to these challenges and achieve the goals of the 2030 Agenda, the Paris Agreement, the Kunming-Montreal Global Diversity Framework, then we need to leverage the full potential of the United Nations to promote a green, circular economic transformation through a just transition that delivers benefits for women, youth, indigenous populations, and all stakeholders. Through our initiatives such as PAGE and the collective work of the UNEP, United Nations Environment Programme, UNDP, ILO, UNIDO, and UNITAR, together, the UN system is doing just that, and it's a great example. As a flagship of a One UN initiative, PAGE closely collaborates with the United Nations resident coordinator offices and UN country teams to support countries to advance a job-rich green economic transformation within and across countries of Asia, Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean, as well as Central Asia. Such collaboration, which leverages the full expertise and convening power of the United Nations systems and the United Nations country teams, it is essential if we are to succeed in moving from recovery to a systemic recalibration of our economies. Therefore, as the United Nations resident coordinator in Mongolia, I am very familiar with the work of PAGE there and in support of the country's national green development policy. As in many other country contexts, PAGE has helped Mongolia to integrate inclusive green economy priorities into national and sectoral plans and strengthened the institutional capacities of and catalyzed action by public institutions, research institutes, civil society, and private sector partners. Let me give you an example. Nomadic herders in Mongolia are found to be the most vulnerable to climate change impacts due to decline in the ecosystem services on which their livelihood depend. PAGE has been working with national stakeholders in Mongolia to promote herder community-based eco and cultural tourism initiative and a project called Gear and Nature, in which rural herding communities as custodians of the nomadic culture are the main beneficiaries. The Gear and Nature initiative is a nature-based solution as it delivers not only biodiversity benefit, but also green and decent jobs to advance green and resilient transition in the country. And just importantly, PAGE has also facilitated South-South collaboration and peer-to-peer learning between Mongolia and Kyrgyzstan on green finance and between other governments represented here at the regional and global levels. Indeed, the PAGE Academy is a tremendous platform for policymakers and practitioners to share insights and innovations through South-South exchange. And we need more initiatives like PAGE that unites the United Nations and countries to accelerate progress on the 2030 agenda and the linked goals for climate action, conservation, human rights, and social progress through a just green transition. I am sure that my colleagues from Mongolia who are there, including Sangwan, would be happy to share more details about our work here. And I wish all country delegates, agencies, and all participants a successful academy ahead the whole week. Please also do enjoy your time at ITC ILO, which is one of my favorite places. And I have been there for long periods of time when I was in the learning profession with UNDP. I wish I was there in person with you, but I'm happy to join you virtually. Thank you very much. Have a great academy week and enjoy your time. Like Veronica said, make the best of this time, learn from each other, and look forward to hearing from the positive outcomes. Thank you very much. Back to you, Linda.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Tapan Mishra, for those opening remarks. I knew you had a link to Turin, and we should have really made an effort to bring you back here today. But thank you also for joining us online. Thank you very much. So that, I think, brings us to the end of these opening remarks. Thank you for our three speakers today. We will disconnect right now, but we will definitely report back to you about what we have been doing here and the results of this academy. So thank you. And let us move to the next part of this opening session. We have the pleasure to have with us today Mr. Philip Bosse, who is working at the Paris School of Economics and very much connected to the World Inequality Lab. Now, as you have seen, this academy runs under the theme of new frontiers for resilience, inclusive, and green economy. And that word inclusive, I think, is very important to us, right? Inclusive, a green economy that brings not just environmental protection, stability, but also equality. And we invited Philip Bosse here because we think that the work of the World Inequality Lab has a lot to do with that. And Philip Bosse, maybe you want to come here, is the coordinator of the 2023 Climate Inequality Report that is called Fair Taxes for a Sustainable Future in the Global South. And with the other researchers, you are the coordinator of the report, but you looked at climate and inequality. Yes, we are all in the same boat, but not everybody contributes equally to emissions, to environmental pollution. Not everybody suffers equally from what climate change causes in terms of disasters, droughts, flooding. And does everybody who can invest in solutions actually invest to the level of his or her possibilities? Those are a little bit the topics, I think, that you have researched on and brought together in a report that is really, it brings it all together very systematically and in a very attractive way also. So let me hand over to you, Philippe Bosse, and put up the slides in the 3 languages. Yeah. No, I did, yes. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much, dear Linda, for those very kind opening remarks, for the very kind introduction. You've almost said it all. I hope I've something to add, but I'll do my very best. It's great to see you here, all reunited about the important topic of greening the economy. And so I have been invited to present some of the results of the Climate Inequality Report 2023, whose cover you see on screen behind me right now. So, as the title tells, this report is about climate change. It is about the climate crisis, but we try to do more than talk about the physical science of the climate crisis, because other people have done that before and other people do that much better than we could. So what we try to bring to the debate is a distributional perspective. We try to look at climate change through a distributional lens. And we do that in 2 ways, together with my colleagues Lucas Chancel and Tancred Voiturier from the World Inequality Lab. First is to leverage our own data, our own research that we conduct at the Inequality Lab. And second is to draw on hundreds of research papers from teams all around the world to basically try and synthesize the current state of research on the intersection of climate change and economic inequality. Now, how do I move the slides forward? Yeah, thank you. So one of our key findings from the report is summarized in this graph here. We argue that we are currently facing a triple climate inequality crisis. Now, why do we say that? We say that because on this graph here, we're representing 3 key dimensions that we believe are pivotal for understanding climate inequality. The first, on the red bar, is the inequality in climate damages, relative income losses, which part of the population loses in terms of income, in terms of their livelihoods due to climate-related impacts. Those are the red bars. The green bars are emissions. Oh, great, thank you. Here we go. The green bars are carbon emissions, pollution, the contribution to climate change, if you want. And then on the blue bars, you've got wealth ownership. Now, why do we say that wealth is a climate variable? Well, simply because we know that wealth is so strongly linked to adaptive capacity, to resilience, and to the ability to react to climate-related shocks. And now what we do is to distribute each of these 3 climate variables to the entire global population. We split them in 3 groups, which you've got on the x-axis here, the bottom 50, the middle 40, and the top 10. And we distribute each of these 3 variables to these groups, which gives you the distribution that you see on screen right now. And now I'll try and talk you through each of those bars in the next 15 minutes. So starting with the red bars here, you're seeing relative income losses. I already said that we know that low-income populations tend to be more exposed to climate change. They tend to be more vulnerable, and they tend to lose larger fractions of their livelihoods due to climate hazards. And this is why this red bar here is so concentrated among the bottom 50%. Now, there are 2 components to this. The first is inequality across countries. We know that countries in tropical and subtropical areas, on average, tend to be those that are most impacted by climate-related events. And so what you see on this map here is, if you want, a hypothetical exercise. So what these researchers are asking is, how rich in terms of GDP per capita would these countries have been in 2010 had their growth path not been affected by climate change? And so on the left, you've got data starting in 61. On the right, you've got data starting in 91. And now what you see, that especially in lower latitudes, countries have already lost large fractions of their GDP due to climate impacts. So some of these countries, according to those results, would be up to 35 or 40% richer today in GDP per capita had they not been impacted already by climate change. And so because those countries are concentrated among world regions that have relatively low GDP to start with, we know today with relative certainty that climate change has already exacerbated global economic inequality between countries. That's the first component. Now, the second component is within country inequality. So within a given country that is hit by climatic disasters, which parts of the population lose more? And so here you've got results from a study by the World Bank. And on the x-axis, you have got average loss in the population following climate events. And on the y-axis, you've got the average loss of the bottom 40. And so this is data from more than 90 low and middle income countries. And they simulate all sorts of climate impacts on agriculture, on health, on labor productivity, and so on and so forth. And now what would you expect to see on this graph if there was no inequality in climate-related impacts? Well, we should see this cloud of points here to be distributed across around the 45-degree lines, which would indicate that for instance, take a 5% loss in the average population, the bottom 40 also loses 5% of their income. However, what we observe in practice is that the slope of this fitted line here that goes to the points is much steeper than the 45-degree lines. Now, what does it tell us? Well, it tells us that for each climate impact in a given country that is exposed, the poor lose more of their incomes due to those climate shocks, which of course pushes them further into poverty and can create poverty traps in the absence of effective adaptation strategies. So those are the two components that create the inequality in those red bars across the entire global distribution here. Okay, now moving on to carbon emissions, the green bars. And just to be clear on that one, if carbon emissions were equally distributed around the world, we would expect to see those green bars. You would have the bottom 50% that account for 50% of all global carbon emissions, the mid 40 for 40%, and the top 10 for 10%, of course. However, what we observe in reality is the exact inverse. The bottom 50% of the entire global population account for just more than 10% of all global carbon emissions, while 10% of the global population concentrate about half of all carbon emissions in the world today. Okay? And so, again, this is driven by two phenomena. One are between country differences. We know that rich countries emit more on average. And in the 1990s, those between country differences would have explained the majority of all global carbon inequality. So in 1990, if you pick a random person, say, from Italy and another person from, say, Brazil, you would expect that the person from Italy has much higher carbon emissions per capita. And those differences would explain most of global carbon inequality. Now, those differences still persist and they are important, that's for sure. However, we now see that the within country component also plays a critical role and now actually explains the majority of all global carbon inequality. That is to say, differences across population groups within the same countries are now the main driver of global carbon inequality. And this is also something that the IPCC recognizes in its latest report. So the IPCC recognizes that for mitigation, we're going to need to ask efforts from the people at the top of the distribution, which leads them to this statement here. So I want to, based on that, I want to say something about a myth that's been around in the global climate and development debate for many years. And I'm sure that you've heard variants of this that goes something like, well, if we want poverty eradication and climate change mitigation at the same time, we're going to run into a problem, because as you lift people out of poverty, they're going to consume more and thus pollute more, which is going to require carbon budgets. And thus, so the story goes, we can't have both at the same time. Well, it is true that poverty eradication is going to require carbon budgets, that's for sure. However, this recent study here exactly quantifies those carbon budgets. So what these people ask is, how much carbon are we going to need to completely eradicate global poverty below different lines, poverty lines? And so on the very right here, you've got the carbon budget that would be required for complete poverty eradication below $5.5 a day. And now you see that the carbon budgets required for this are roughly comparable to the annual emissions of the global top 1% of carbon emitters. So based on that, maybe the trade-off is not so much between poverty eradication and mitigation, but more between climate change mitigation and the consumption and investment patterns of a relatively small fraction of the global population. So back to our triple inequality. Now, the last bars to look at are the blue bars, wealth ownership. I said before that we consider wealth a climate variable because we know that wealth is so strongly linked to adaptive capacity. That's for sure. However, there's more to the story. Wealth is also very strongly linked to emissions through wealth-related emissions, emissions associated to investments. And of course, wealth is also the key to effective climate finance. We all know that we're going to need to leverage additional funding to fill the L&D fund that was agreed upon last year, and to fill the adaptation funding gaps, to step up our efforts in terms of mitigation as well. So we make 5 policy proposals in this report, or 5 broad categories of policy proposals in this report. And I won't go through each of them in detail, but I want to say something about points 2 and 5 in particular. So I just said that we're going to need additional funding. We need to close the adaptation funding gap, which you see represented on this graph here. And so every year, the UNEP brings out those adaptation funding reports where they say, hey, we're lacking adaptation funding in the volumes of many billions of euros. And so those are abstract numbers in a way, right? But we know that every year that this adaptation funding gap is not closed, this directly translates into the loss of human lives, because we have, in many places, effective adaptation measures. However, if because of a lack of funding, those are not put into place, we know that we're leaving populations exposed to climate disasters. So those numbers are very practical in terms of the implications. And now what we suggest is that based on the inequalities that we've seen before, it's not only economically reasonable, but also morally almost inevitable to ask for an additional effort from those at the very top of the global population and the distribution. So we suggest a very moderate wealth tax that will directly be earmarked for adaptation funding and thus directly feed into climate finance pools. And if you leverage this wealth tax here at very moderate rates on individuals with net wealth of more than $100 million globally, so the richest of the rich, this would create revenues that from one day to another, basically, if put into place, will allow you to close this adaptation funding gap. So that's one of the proposals we make in the report. The second thing I want to talk to you about is related to data. And so on this map here, you've got a map of flood risk. And here, flood risk is measured by the economic value at risk in those different regions of the world, which is a very reasonable measure to look at if you want to assess flood risk. However, let me show you another map, which basically does a similar thing, but uses a different indicator. So now here you're looking at the shares of population that are exposed to significant risk of flooding and poverty at the same time. And if you compare those maps, all of a sudden you see that very different regions appear as potential priority areas for flood risk adaptation, right? And so this is not to say that the first metric is a bad metric in a sense. It is just to say that what indicators you use, what data you use for policy targeting can make a huge difference. And if you use this metric here, then you might want to prioritize very different areas than if you use the first map. So the point here is that we need to become better at routinely integrating this type of data, these vulnerability assessments, into our policy targeting. And the data is increasingly there now. It's increasingly being done, but it needs to be a routine in everyday work. And so to facilitate that, we proposed in the report a policy matrix, which is a suggestion for a toolkit for policymakers to target their climate policies to different population groups. A toolkit to think about how can we cushion the effects on the bottom parts of the population and still have effective both mitigation and adaptation policies that get us closer to the Paris targets and our adaptation targets. So there's more on this in the report. I very much encourage you to go and check it out. There are many more details on what I just said, and I'm also happy very much, of course, to answer your questions. So I look forward to any questions that you may have, and thank you very much for your attention. I'll just grab my water.
Thank you so much, Mr. Philippe Botte. Thank you for that excellent presentation and taking us through that climate inequality report. We'll have a bit of time for questions and comments. So those questions, comments can be in English, French, and Spanish. You have your microphones on the table. Philippe, if you prefer to hear the questions in English, you may want to pick up one of those headphones there. And I see there's already a question here. Maybe you can present yourself, your name, your country, and your question or comments.
Merci beaucoup, Linda. Une question francophone, hein, en français. Hein. Je m'appelle Diagne Amadou Lamine. Je suis du ministère de l'Environnement, Développement durable et de la Transition écologique du Sénégal. Philippe, c'est une très belle présentation que vous nous avez faite. Vous l'avez intitulée « Inégalité climatique ». Je redis injustice climatique. Je pense que c'est aussi voilà, acceptable. Alors, la situation est qu'il y a 10 pays qui sont responsables de près de 70% des émissions de gaz à effet de serre. L'Afrique, peut symboliser l'ensemble des pays pauvres, contribue pour moins de 4% des émissions de gaz à effet de serre. Et le constat qui a été établi par tous, c'est que le changement climatique entrave les efforts au développement. En fait, il les anéantit tout simplement. Et ma préoccupation, c'est au niveau des solutions que vous voulez préconiser. Parce que nous savons que plus nous avançons, plus le creuset, en fait, devient plus important. Parce que les pays développés, ils s'enrichissent et ils enrichissent en émettant beaucoup plus de gaz à effet de serre. Les pays en voie de développement qui n'ont pratiquement aucune industrie n'émettent pas et subissent en même temps les conséquences négatives des changements climatiques. Donc, vous voyez que le gouffre devient de plus en plus large. Vous avez évoqué certains mécanismes qui ont été mis en place, dont le fonds d'adaptation, sur lequel nous portions beaucoup d'espoir. Mais vous connaissez l'histoire de ce fonds, qui devait être alimenté effectivement par des crédits carbone, mais le crédit carbone s'est effondré à telle sorte que, effectivement, ce fonds d'adaptation n'est aujourd'hui alimenté que par des contributions volontaires de pays. Alors, ma préoccupation, c'est vraiment sur la solution qu'il faut apporter pour qu'il y ait plus de justice sur le climat, qu'il y ait plus de justice de développement. Parce que, effectivement, les pays pauvres ne peuvent pas continuer à payer pour ce qu'ils n'ont pas créé. Je vous remercie.
Donc, je peux répondre en anglais, non? Yeah. Yeah, okay. All right, so I perfectly agree with what you just said. And I think the injustice that you're alluding to is represented here. Because we know that those countries that I'm showing here on this map as those that are losing in terms of their incomes are those countries that you're mentioning, right? And those countries that concentrate the largest share of carbon emissions are those which here in this case are not going to lose much. In a way, they have developed at the cost of most of these countries here that we see represented in red. So I completely agree with your analysis. And now, same thing for adaptation funding. Sorry. And now this tax that we propose, of course, the revenues that are represented here on the right, those are going to come from the richest individuals globally, which of course are very much going to be concentrated in the global north. So those new revenue sources that we are proposing, of course, are going to draw on the wealth of those that we have seen in the data to be those that are causing the climate crisis disproportionately, right? So this is, I think this does two things. One, if we put such a wealth tax into practice, which is not going to be easy, of course, it is going to increase adaptation funding, but there's also going to be a mitigation mechanism in the sense that you reduce the stock of wealth, and that wealth that we know to be related to those polluting industries that you just mentioned, right? So if we tap into that, there's going to be both. There's going to be a mitigation effect, and there's going to be a financing effect for adaptation funding and for L&D as well. So that's one thing. Then, of course, if you look at historical emissions, as you said, for instance, countries in Africa have polluted negligible shares in this, have basically not contributed to the observed degree of global warming that we have today. So you can also think about, of course, that mechanisms, that relief systems that take this kind of inequality into account. So there's people that are working on that. I'm not an expert on this, but I think there's a fair point made in the debate around debt relief that argues for climate debt and taking these inequalities into account also when it comes to debt relief discussions, for instance. There's much more about this in the report, so feel free to go and check it out. And thanks a lot for the question.
Thank you. Yes, please, go ahead. If you can introduce yourself, your name, your country, and the question or the comments.
Thank you. My name is Ferania from Indonesia, from UNDP. Thank you for interesting study and also enrich the debate on this carbon inequality. I'm interested in the suggestion on this 1.5% wealth tax revenue. In the other slide, you also mentioned about the carbon inequality contributing between countries and within countries. So how in the suggestion of 1.5% wealth tax, how do you put the tax that already imply in the country because of the inequalities within? Because, for example, in Indonesia, there is a discussion now on how to also charge a carbon tax within country, meaning that in the country, there will be already tax collected for that high emitting industry sectors and also individuals. And then now you're suggesting at the global level, it will also be taxed. How do you see that between countries and within countries? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. I think it's a good point. I would argue that, oops, I just killed the presentation. There we go. I would argue that this is distinct from carbon taxes in the sense that it's not directly related to carbon taxation at the source, but simply because we know that wealth ownership is so strongly linked to wealth-related carbon emissions, we believe that those individuals that we're aiming to tax here, so again, individuals with a net wealth of more than $100 million in their net assets, we believe that those are going to be the ones that will evade taxes, it depends on the border tax adjustments for carbon taxes, but this is on top of any national carbon tax, simply because in many of these cases where we're looking to tax these top individuals, we know that those wealth concentrations that are represented here on the blue bars, they are not taxed today. Those individuals that hold these fortunes, in many cases, they pay no taxes at all. And if they do, they're so marginal that this tax rate that we suggest would come on top and be directly earmarked for adaptation funding. So I think those are two distinct discussions. I do think we need carbon taxes. If we have carbon taxes, we need to also discuss about their design, tax design. How do we design them in such a way that they're not regressive? But I would separate the discussions because we know that national taxes normally do not get at these people at the very top of the distribution. That's an empirical fact. And so that's why we also argue that if we are to do this, we are going to have to do it at the international level, and it also only works through international collaboration. It's not an easy exercise, that's for sure, but I think it's worth to at least consider the thought experiment. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jessica. I'm from Argentina. We are 5 of Argentina here today. Thank you very much for your presentations. We have some comments. First, there is no data from Argentina on there. That was my first question. Why Argentina is not considered on the maps? I think that you have maybe a lack of data, but it's
on the flood maps, you mean?
In all maps.
Well, yeah.
But that was just like a question. Why? Because we are very active in climate change conference and we have a lot of information, but I cannot compare what is with the situation that I really know that is that from my country, how it's represented here. But outside that, we wanted to talk. I think that maybe it's difficult to see also for the middle income countries that we are supposed to have we are maybe in the other bar graphic that you have, that we are in we emit the 40%. If we are involved there, the entire Latin America doesn't emit the 10%. And actually, I agree with I'm sorry, I don't remember the name of the first man that speak, that is from Senegal, that is unjust in not inequality. And that was, I think that this is really difficult to proceed to understand, because it's like we are in the bars in the middle, and the 41% maybe could be present in another way, so we can try to understand better. And also you have on the recommendations to honor. It could be you pass really fast with the recommendations, and also it was honoring the climate finance pledge. I think that maybe we can talk more, or I think to evaluate, you say something about our debts. A lot of countries that you have there, that we need more money for adaptation funds, and we need more money for actually develop. And it could also be linked with our debts and how we are, I'm sorry, how to say this in Spanish, deudores financieros y acreedores ambientales. I think that we could consider that because climate finance have been talked for very long, and we haven't seen the $100 million, $100,000 millions that were supposed. So maybe we have to think in other ways related with our debts. And also, I understand that when we developed and we were out of the poverty with our populations, we are supposed to emit more, but also there are some information that is being used by the IRP for that Latin America, many countries from Latin America had the couple like the wealth being from the carbon emissions. So also we can start to see how we have solutions, we have developed solutions, and to try to endorse that solution and how that could be, because the global north had been after the pandemic more developed and more intensive in carbon terms. That I think that was, I'm sorry, it was like too long, but I wanted to say these few things. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. We are financial debitors and environmental creditors, right?
Yeah, so thank you very much for those points. Just on the maps, it's the maps that I showed are not maps that we produced ourselves. So those are the World Bank and a research team from Stanford that produced those maps. So in our data, we do have data on Argentina. This study here and the other flat map, those are studies that I'm citing from other researchers, so I don't know about their data sources. However, in this graph here, we do have Argentinian data as well. And one point maybe on, you said Argentina is probably going to be in the middle 40%. Well, actually, it's everywhere. In the sense that this is the global distribution, right? So you're going to have individuals from Argentina in the bottom 50, in the middle 40, and in the top 10 of the global population, right? Of the global distribution of those variables. However, in the case of Argentina, it is likely that the bulk of the population is concentrated among the middle 40%. So what this does is to look at the entire global population, right? And we do have in the report more detailed graphs on each world region, on each country in some cases, where you can actually look at what is the distribution of carbon emissions within the Argentinian population, for instance. So sorry for that, but I can't really present like all the country results here in detail. They are in the report. So we do try to honor that much more in detail in the actual work. And lastly, the point about honoring climate finance pledges alludes precisely to what you're saying, right? We had those pledges in the Paris Agreement. And now what we're saying is those that countries in the global north, rich industrialized countries, are not living up to the pledges that they made in Paris. That's for sure. That's a fact. And what we're saying is that these need to be honored and countries need to fulfill the commitments that they made in Paris for climate finance. That's for sure. Now, the wealth tax that we're proposing is on top of that, right? So we're not saying we need to discard with the mechanisms that we agreed upon in Paris. We're clearly saying we need to find ways to enforce those, but we need more, and hence the proposal for the wealth tax. I hope that responds to your points, but I'm happy to discuss more afterwards for sure.
Thank you so much. Any last small question? Yeah, one more. Is that okay, Philip?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, of course, please.
Thank you very much for your excellent presentation. My question,
Sorry.
My name is Hu Jing. I'm from China. It's really my great honor to be here to join this program. I just want to hear about your comments about the carbon border adjustment mechanisms. Do you think this kind of new green international trade barrier will help to solve this inequality problem? or it will make things even worse? I just want to hear your comments. Thank you.
So the carbon border mechanism, a new European mechanism that taxes carbon at the border, right? For a number of imports, right?
Yeah, it's a touchy question, I know. I think the problem with this is that it would not have happened without, like, the argument is so strong that if, as an individual country or region, you do it on your own, then you have carbon leakage to other regions. This, although empirically the evidence on that is not so clear, the political case that pushes this argument is so strong that I think you cannot have carbon taxation within a country, at least in terms of political feasibility, without those mechanisms. So I think ideally, I don't think you would want them. Like in an ideal world, you would want a just and redistributive system of carbon taxation everywhere. For the moment, I think there's sort of a necessary evil to sort of get to where we want to be, I think. I know it's not a very satisfactory answer, but that's about as good as it gets.
It is. And thank you for the question. Thank you so much, Philippe Botten from the Paris School of Economics World Inequality Lab. Thank you for that excellent presentation on the climate inequality report, and thank you for responding to our questions.
Thank you so much for all the questions.
Thank you. And let us continue. And I have a little, present. Yeah, I have three questions for you. And maybe we can go back to the first question. Yeah, just 3 questions on who we are and how we are today as a group. Yeah, and I would invite you all to get into Slido. You can use this QR code here, or you can join at slido.com and then put the code there. And my first question to you simply is, how do you feel this morning? Comment vous portez-vous aujourd'hui? Como se siente hoy? Are you all in there? Yeah, I think so, huh? I still see some people scanning the QR code. Good, thank you very much. So most of you are fine, not too tired, but I suppose that people who came all the way from Indonesia or Guatemala or Argentina are a little bit, have a little bit of a jet lag. Good to see that you're fine, excited, nobody confused so far. I'm also asking because sometimes here in Turin, people come to a social protection academy, they come to the wrong room, and after an hour they think, hey, this is... So I think you're all in the right room, right? Thank you. Let us look at the next question. Where do you come from? Now, some of you will have been born in Bangkok, living in Switzerland and working with Latin America, but where do you feel you are from? Is that Asia, Latin America, Africa, Europe, Arab states, North America, Australia? Hard to distinguish in the colors Africa from Australia, but I'm suppose that is Africa. I still see it changing. Okay, nice. So a good representation from Asia, Latin America. I think our African delegation is still missing our Rwandan colleagues. I hope they will find their way to Turin today. Yeah, Europe and a very small pie from the Arab states. Good to have such a diversity. And I think we have a lot to share between countries, but also between regions. Last question. What brings you here? In one or two words. Qu'est-ce qui vous amène ici? ¿Qué le trae aquí? How can you phrase that in a few words? And I think once some words pick up or show up, you can also vote for what others have already said. Can be in any language, please. Oh, can I ask people one more time to switch off their hotspot, please? Because we have a connectivity problem here in this corner. Sorry about that. Je donne un peu plus de temps aux francophones. Et désolé pour les problèmes de connexion. Okay, partnerships right there in the middle. Good to see. And of course, Page is a partnership, but also on Friday, you will have seen on the agenda a whole lot of work on South-South cooperation, where we will speak about South-South cooperation in the green economy and the possibility also to work on South-South partnerships. So lovely that it is there. Just transition, curiosity. I think some of you picked that up from Veronica Tomé. Huh? It's a good one to learn, to create networks, yeah, to look for solutions, to share experiences. The SDGs, advancing the green economy. Yeah? So nice to see this combination of learning, sharing, advancing the green economy, and also just curiosity for new topics. And that's why, again, the theme of this academy is new frontiers for resilient, inclusive, and green economy. So that curiosity, I hope you keep it, and your willingness to look at new topics within the space of the green economy. Excellent. Thank you so much. Let me quickly, before the 10:30 coffee break, then take you through the agenda of the Academy. French, English, Spanish. Yeah. So I think you have received it. We are at the end of the opening session this morning. And after the coffee break, there will be a high-level panel on the just transition and the political economy of change. We are then in the afternoon going to present some quite technical content on the modeling of the economic, social, and environmental impacts of policies and investment scenarios. And what you can see here, that as of tomorrow, In the mornings, we will be here together in the room, plenary sessions, and in the second session of the morning and in the afternoon, there will be elective courses. In terms of plenary sessions, tomorrow there will be a masterclass, we call it, on fiscal policies. Wednesday morning, masterclass on policy cycles for green economic transformation. And Thursday, we have that dialogue on new frontiers for resilient, inclusive, and green economic transformation. On that Thursday morning, I've been asked by Amré Horstbrink from UNITAR. She will be leading that session. Welcome, Amré. But also as a preparation for that session, we have put up here a timeline. Because when talking about new frontiers and the future and what comes and what is planned right now, it's also good to look back a little bit and look at our past milestones in terms of policies included in your country's set of policies, milestones that you have reached within the partnership, outside the partnership, important milestones in the past. So we put up here this timeline, and we would invite you throughout the days to put up your milestones in terms of important policies for a green, inclusive, resilient, green economy up there in any language. Pick up a sticky note, write the country, and write the policy that has been enacted. And then on that Thursday morning, Amré and the colleagues will pick that up and look now more at the present and the future in terms of new frontiers. Amré, did I say that more or less correct? You want to add something?
No, I think you framed it really well. Thank you, Linda, and good morning to everyone. As Linda said, the idea was really to say, let's take stock of where we come from to then look forward to the new frontiers. And I think one thing we wanted to explore a little bit and maybe test also was to see, when we maybe also started this page, a lot of the countries were having more of the kind of national green development policies. But I think over the last years, we have really moved to much more specific sector applications, etc. So we just wanted to see how that really, would translate into a timeline and use that as a basis for discussion for Thursday. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. So those are the plenary sessions, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Now the elective courses, there are 6 of them. So starting Tuesday morning, we have circular economy, green finance, and just energy transition. And you can see on the agenda the languages. So circular economy, English, French, Spanish. Green finance, English, Spanish. Just energy transition, English, French. In the afternoon, we have green industrial policies, English, French, Spanish. Agriculture and food systems and supply chains, English, French. Nature-based solutions, English, Spanish. Now, the thing with elective courses is that you have to select. You cannot be everywhere at the same time. So you can select a morning elective, you can select an afternoon elective. You find on your tables the descriptions of these elective courses in English, in French, in Spanish. Have a look at them. And then when you go downstairs at the end of this session, you will find the big sheets where you can put your name in the elective course that you want to take. Every elective course has 33 seats. So if you really feel strongly, run down now. No, run. If you really feel strongly, make sure your name is on that list. One of the elective courses will take place here, and 2 of the elective courses will take place in the buildings at the other side of that little road. Yeah. And in these elective courses, really the key idea is to share experiences that you brought with you from your countries. That's why we did this face-to-face part. Yeah. So I have already connected to many of you. Ali, can you please make sure that Morocco is on the agenda of the just energy transition? Manisha, can you make sure India speaks on circular economy, etc., etc.? I've been in touch with many of you. Now, if you feel, why did Linda not contact me? I have such a fantastic experience to share. Just let me know, and we'll try to fit that in there, yeah? Because the idea is also here to be inclusive and to have as many experiences shared as possible in these elective courses. And then on Friday, the first session is a plenary session. We will all be here with an introduction and a discussion on South-South cooperation in the framework of the green economy. And we have Mirgul Moldosaiva here, UNDP. She will be leading that question. Thank you for being here already. After that first session, we will then do some South-South learning in practice. And there are certain countries that have volunteered to do a 50-minute session, Morocco, Argentina, on their work on the green economy. Yeah? And then Friday, last session in the afternoon is the knowledge fair. And this is a fair that will be downstairs here in the building, and where those who have proposed a stand will have a stand with materials, experiences, to share freely in a free flow manner with all of the participants in the academy. Yeah, we have been preparing some materials for that. If you are wondering when are these materials come together, come to us here, the team looking after it, but I'm sure that will work. Friday afternoon, the only thing is we won't have the interpreters, because that's a little bit difficult with a knowledge fair, which is free flow. So English, French, Spanish, you'll just have to make that work in the languages that you have, yeah? And that's the agenda. Coffee breaks are in the Valentino bar, right there. They are half an hour in the morning as well as in the afternoon. It's not so super clear on the agenda, but in the afternoon there is also a coffee break at 3:30, yeah? There in the Valentino bar. Lunches are at the same place where you had breakfast this morning, at the cafeteria. Your badge should allow you to pass by the till. Some of the resource persons don't have a badge, they can just give their name at the till and you are registered there. You know? This afternoon at 6 p.m., there is a welcome cocktail, also at the Valentino bar. So don't forget and join us at the welcome cocktail. At Wednesday, after the masterclass on policy cycles, we are taking a group picture. So put everybody together in one of our beautiful green spaces and take a group picture. And I'm sure I forgot some things, but I think, yeah, that you have most of the information there already. The secretariat, you'll find it in that corner. Yeah. So if you lost your iPhone, for instance, that would be probably the place to go. If your badge is not working, whatever, logistical support you need as the Secretariat, and I'll be here in the room for any questions you may have. So thank you so much for this interesting morning session, for the questions that you had. Let's go for a coffee break, and let's be punctually back at 11 o'clock for that high-level panel. The speakers of that high-level panel, I would ask them to stay here with me for a second just to get us connected for that. So enjoy your coffee and see you at 11. That was smooth, huh? Thank you.
see. Okay. Okay. See.
That works.
Edward told me that we should talk about familiar agriculture.
Yes.
Later you can see which day because I'm going to talk about it. Okay?
Yeah. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a nice break. Yeah. And let us continue. And in accordance with the agenda, we have a high-level panel on the just transition and the political economy of change. Can I ask you all to find your seats and let us continue. The just transition and the political economy of change. Now, we have spoken already during the online part of this academy on the just transition to sustainable economies and societies, and the leave no one behind principle that refers to men and women, young people, old people, people in rural areas, urban areas, SMEs, workers, leave no one behind. We spoke about it, but we all know that also in the present economic situation, present socio-economic situation, a just transition is not that easy to achieve. And we spoke this morning, we heard the words conflict, inflation, poverty, inequality, and maybe that just transition in many of your countries is not that high there also on the policy agenda. There are competing policy agendas, right? But if this transition is not going to be just, in this room we all know what is going to happen. Yeah? It needs to be just. So that's a little bit the background of this high-level panel. We're going to look at the just transition and the political economy of change from different angles. And for that, to that end, I would like to invite my panelists here on stage. And that is in first instance, Mr. Mustafa Kamal Gay, who is the director of the Priority Action Program on the Just Transition for sustainable economies and societies at the International Labour Organization. Thank you so much, Mustafa, for joining us here today. I would be very happy also to invite Mrs. Maria Augustina Briner, who is the director of technical departments at Unión Industrial de Argentina. Thank you so much for representing a very nice delegation from Argentina here. I'm happy to invite Mrs. Rina Nagar, Deputy Secretary at the Ministry of Rural Development in India. Thank you so much for being with us here this week and for participating in this panel. I'm happy to invite Mr. Amadou Lamine Diagne, Special Director at the Ministry of Environment, Sustainable Development and Ecological Transition in Senegal. And last but not least, very happy to have here with us Mr. Stuart Worsley, Director of Countries Operations at the Green Economy Coalition, which is a coalition of more than 60 civil society organizations working together on the green economy. Yeah? So lovely to have you all here from different organizations, different parts of the world, and but all concerned, I think, from different angles about the just transition in this present conjuncture, in this present economic situation, and the different aspects of the just transition. So I think I would first invite Mustafa Kamal Gay to speak, the director of the ILO Priority Action Programme on the Just Transition, and to give us maybe an introduction on just transition policy making as a multidimensional, but also as a political process that is rendered more relevant even today in today's complex world of increasing inequalities, as we have also seen in the previous presentation. So thank you very much, and maybe you'd like to take the floor for that first part, general introduction on the just transition in today's world. Do you want to stand here?
Well, good morning, Linda and dear colleagues. It's a pleasure to be able to join today in particular because, as you know, we haven't got the Global Academy on the Green Economy in person for 4 years. So therefore, from the International Labour Organization, being the organization coordinating this effort with our 4 other UN agencies, it's a very it's a pleasure and an honor for me to be here today. Linda, colleagues, I want to touch upon 5 points, which I think are important as we talk about the just transition. And the first one is to remind ourselves that we all live in a world in danger. When we speak about the triple planetary crisis, sometimes we think that this is just rhetoric. But if you observe what has happened in Morocco in the past few weeks and the catastrophic damage in Egypt, in Libya, we realize that the crisis is here and we're living that crisis. And what it means is that there is an emergency for action, and that's an emergency for all of us. In Africa, there is a saying that if the neighbor's house is in fire, your own property is in danger. And that's where we're in now. There is no climate crisis for others and the opportunity to live in peace and prosperity for some others. We are all concerned. And for us in the world of work, it's even more important because we know that over 1 billion jobs in agriculture, in forestry, in manufacturing, they depend on healthy ecosystems. So the more environmental degradation happens, the more challenging will it be to secure a decent work for all today and even less so into the future. The World Bank has estimated that the continuation of this environmental crisis will take 216 million people more into poverty in the next decade. And we see that many, 200 or more people will be into forced labor migration. We see that across the world. I was in Costa Rica last week. That country is facing this situation of unwanted labor migration. A lot of people moving around to cross Costa Rica and get into the United States. So therefore, these are serious matters and they require urgent solutions. But then I want to bring the second point, which is that there is an opportunity for social and economic transformation. We have measured that if there is a serious move to low carbon and circular economy, it would be possible to create 100 million jobs additionally by 2030. When we looked at the opportunities for employment in particular sectors, and I want to bring renewable energies, because just last week, it's 2 weeks back, the ILO, in collaboration with the International Renewable Energy Agency, released the annual report on jobs in renewable energies. So we find in that report that in 2022, 13.5 million people worked in the renewable energy sector. So this was a 10-year assessment review of this, the anniversary of this jobs and renewable energy report, and it shows a progressive continuation of growth in that sector. And I want to mention jobs in adaptation, because often when we talk about the opportunity for employment, it has been in sectors linked to mitigation. We have last year, in a collaboration with UN Environment Program and IUCN, the Nature Conservancy, done the first global assessment of jobs in nature-based solutions, which are really about ecosystem restoration, maintaining the natural environment. And we found in that report that today, 75 million people around the world are employed in nature-based solutions. And if there was going to be a tripling of investments in NBS, there would be an additional 20 million jobs. So which means that there is a positive narrative. But I want to come to the third point, which is that this is not shared equally. And this is why a just transition is imperative. And the story is that there is going to be job creation, income gains for some countries, some regions, some communities, some workers, and some enterprises, but there will be losses for others. And there is a complexity in that, which is that globally, there is a positive narrative, but the time when new jobs will be created in renewables, in nature-based solutions, is not the exact moment when employment is going to be lost for others. And that job creation and loss of job is not going to happen in the same location. So therefore, the policymakers that you are and leaders in business and civil society have to manage that complexity of geographical and temporal disconnection. And I want to bring the fourth element, which is that there is a need for transition and there are policy frameworks for it. I think we will have an opportunity to go into the guidelines for just transition, which were adopted into the International Labour Organization in 2015. And you may know that this year in June, the conference had a general discussion on just transition, and they adopted a set of conclusions which give us a new framework for action on just transition. So therefore, there are policy frameworks, there are good examples that we can build upon. But then I bring my last point, which is that unfortunately, despite the climate urgency, the opportunity for economic and social transformation, we find ourselves in a very difficult geopolitical situation. We're at a moment where the world is seeing disruption in political relations, with crisis from Ukraine to DRC, to what's happening as we speak in the Gaza Strip. And so therefore that political situation makes climate action even more difficult because it diverts political attention to other issues. The second is that the direction of travel, which the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, said the world needs to take, is to get out of fossil fuels by the end of this century. But what is happening is that a growing number of countries are actually entering the fossil fuel industry at the very moment where the world needs to get out of fossil fuels. This is the case of Guyana, this is the case of Senegal, and many other countries. So therefore, how would one manage that challenge of keeping the direction of travel, but also giving that development space to new oil and gas producers that will need that revenue stream for their development? And finally, we are at the moment where the economy is not growing fast. This is leading even the major economies to go back to industrial policy. Many have said that the United States in the Inflation Reduction Act is an industrial policy. Some have said the EU CBAM measures to deal with climate by putting at the border a carbon tax is industrial policy. And one can expect that major economies will retaliate. So therefore, as we're trying to address climate change with urgency, we have difficult political situations geopolitically around the world, and we are unavoidably heading towards a trade war. So now how would we connect all of these? I don't have the answer to it. I hope that's one of the points we expect panel members will bring. But I just wanted to say that it's critical for all of us to remain ambitious because it is a necessity. Governments have to keep the direction of travel and not get back. The major economies have to show the way by leading. And I would say, as it was said in one of the climate change discussions, those who cannot lead must not stop the way to others. They have to follow or leave the way to others to lead, be it the small island developing states, the climate vulnerable forum members, but those who need urgent action should be given the space to lead and not be obstructed by trade policies, industrial policies, and anything else that will make that climate action and environmental responses much more difficult. So therefore, I encourage us to be optimistic, but being very realistic that we are in a difficult world. We live in a divided world. There are many challenges, not only environmental, but economic, social, and increasingly related to security. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mustafa Gueye, for that introduction. And let me then ask Ms. Agustina Briner to take the floor, Director of Technical Departments in Argentina. You come from a country where I think all these socio-economic pressures are very much felt. You are in the middle of it. And we know the Partnership for Green Economy in Argentina is doing a lot of work on the just transition, in terms of social dialogue, bringing workers, employers, government together on all these things. But it is hard, right? And I wanted to ask you how you see that from an Argentinian perspective in terms of, above all, employment. How can you maintain employment in the transition to a green economy? What is required there in terms of skills, in terms of industrial policies, in terms of other things? How do you see it from Argentina? And thank you so much for joining us.
Gracias, Lindia. Voy a hablar en castellano, me pidieron
Sí.
en español, así que le quería agradecer a todos por la invitación, a Paige y también a Paige Argentina, que fue quien nos trajo desde allí. Estamos todavía los argentinos y los latinoamericanos con un poco de jet lag, pero vamos a seguir el día de hoy. Estamos muy entusiasmados de venir aquí a contar nuestra experiencia, porque un poco como decía Mustafa y decías tú, Linda, en Argentina tenemos todos los condimentos. Se preguntan qué puede ocurrir en un país y nos están pasando un poco todas las cosas que se pueden imaginar. Pero no había hoy datos nuestros, pero en el 2023 Argentina atravesó la sequía más grande en 60 años, que está impactando en 1,5 puntos de crecimiento del producto, en 20.000 millones de dólares de exportaciones, que representan casi 1/5 de nuestras exportaciones. Y eso nos trae, además de los desafíos que ya teníamos atravesados, un desafío adicional, que es atravesar esta tormenta perfecta asociada directamente con el cambio climático. Pero por supuesto, como mencionaba antes Mustafa, nosotros también tenemos desafíos estructurales que tienen que ver con que venimos atravesando ciclos de crecimiento con muchas dificultades para generar empleo formal y trabajo decente, generación de producción, de industria, de crecimiento industrial. La industria no crece en Argentina, no recupera niveles de una década atrás, producto de las crisis macroeconómicas y estructurales que venimos atravesando, con lo cual tenemos muchos desafíos y también la capacidad de resiliencia que nos caracteriza para poder afrontarlos, ¿no? Una de las cuestiones más importantes que hemos atravesado en este último tiempo en esta agenda es haber logrado establecer institucionalmente el diálogo social y el diálogo tripartito. Entonces tenemos varias instituciones dentro de nuestro gobierno, sobre todo desde el Consejo, desde el Gabinete Nacional de Cambio Climático, y tenemos acuerdos realizados para trabajo decente, para la promoción del empleo verde, entre gobierno, sindicatos, que en Argentina son muy fuertes, por suerte, y el sector privado, particularmente yo represento al sector industrial. Y realmente uno de los desafíos más grandes, como se mencionaba antes, es poder poner en valor esta agenda en el medio de atravesar todas las demás adversidades macroeconómicas, políticas y sociales que tenemos, porque uno de los desafíos más grandes es que más o menos un cuarto de nuestra población se encuentra realizando trabajo en actividades vulnerables o informales. Entonces, gran parte del desafío tiene que ver con cómo atravesamos esta crisis global, nuestra crisis nacional, y poder establecer políticas que realmente generen inclusión y trabajo decente. En ese camino es donde estamos atravesando desde distintas organizaciones, el gobierno, el sector privado, para poder impulsar programas. Y creo que lo más importante, porque hoy se mencionaba el problema de recursos, es poder hacer distinto y mejor los programas que ya veníamos realizando. Y eso es un poco el camino que se ha estado estableciendo con Page y otras organizaciones, y desde el sector público también, y desde el sector privado colaborando en eso. Nosotros desde el sector industrial tenemos una política importante que hemos diseñado este último año con más rigurosidad, que la llamamos la Ruta Verde, que es fundamentalmente poder organizar, porque uno de los problemas que veníamos hablando con los colegas latinoamericanos es que tenemos fragmentación de políticas muchas veces y tenemos dificultades de gobernanza en nuestros países. ¿Cómo podemos establecer una agenda lógica de esto para que justamente en el medio de todas las adversidades se pueda seguir trabajando y direccionando estas políticas? Y una de las cuestiones fundamentales que hemos trabajado en este tiempo es poder desde el sector privado darle a los líderes empresariales, que son los que tienen que efectivamente llevar a cabo el cambio en el interior de sus organizaciones y en el sector productivo, cuáles son los desafíos de esta agenda, capacitarlos, enseñarles cuáles son las tendencias mundiales, las regulaciones, las certificaciones, y poder establecer una ruta de planificación y de plan en acción. Y desde ahí, por ejemplo, poder acceder a certificaciones, a financiamiento del sector público, del sector privado, y ahí es donde aparecen todos los rediseños de políticas que se han hecho desde el gobierno, porque muchas veces las empresas necesitan instrumentos que estén asociados a múltiples factores, no es solamente avanzar en el empleo verde, sino también, por ejemplo, en la adecuación tecnológica. Entonces tenemos que lograr que todos los instrumentos estén volcados a esos recursos. Y eso es un poco lo que estamos promoviendo con el rediseño de políticas, con el rediseño de instrumentos, pero también con la necesidad de organizar el abordaje desde el sector privado a esta agenda. Y en diálogo permanente con los sindicatos y los representantes de los trabajadores, porque una empresa la hacen tanto empresarios como trabajadores. Entonces, realmente ese es uno de los abordajes más fuertes que estamos realizando, con el sector privado también y con el sector educativo. Vos me preguntabas, asociado con el empleo, cuáles son las iniciativas que estamos llevando adelante, y ahí tenemos varias líneas de acción. Una de las más importantes yo creo que es el hecho de haber puesto en valor todo lo que es la incorporación en el sector industrial de mujeres y de jóvenes. En el último tiempo hemos hecho mucho foco desde el sector privado argentino en desarrollar una vinculación más fuerte con la formación técnico-profesional, con las ciencias duras o las ciencias técnicas asociadas a estos desafíos. Hemos hecho programas de mujeres en STEM, mujeres en logística, el sector sindical también se ha avanzado en todo lo que es la construcción verde, cómo lograr generar programas que permitan enverdecer las actividades tradicionales, bajo una concepción de que realmente no creemos que haya que cancelar sectores. Argentina tiene un desafío muy grande en crecimiento, como lo han mencionado antes los demás países, y muchos de nuestros drivers de crecimiento están asociados con economías de transición. Se mencionó también petróleo y gas. Nosotros tenemos una gran potencialidad en lo que es la exploración de gas natural y el desarrollo de la cadena de valor, minería, litio, economías basadas en conocimiento, biotecnología. Entonces realmente todos esos sectores están necesitando, porque tenemos esta dicotomía que por un lado 40% de la población o el empleo es informal y no tiene las capacidades para este desafío productivo que tenemos en sectores no tan tradicionales que están emergiendo y que necesitan una nueva capacidad y nuevas calificaciones. Entonces eso es lo que estamos tratando de hacer, reducir la brecha, el mismatching. Y una de las acciones más fuertes es la vinculación con las escuelas técnicas y las universidades. Nosotros hemos promovido, por ejemplo, en los últimos años, un desarrollo de un diplomado 4.0 que tiene que ver con el desarrollo de capacidades para ciencia y tecnología aplicada en las unidades industriales, y lo hemos hecho con perspectiva de género y con perspectiva de sustentabilidad. La segunda camada ahora se está desarrollando con casos testigos asociados con desafíos de sustentabilidad productiva. También estamos haciendo en mujeres en logística, o sea, en sectores muy masculinizados de la industria y de todo el entramado productivo, algunas acciones para promover la incorporación, porque sabemos que también del lado de la inclusión se generan una mejor perspectiva y abordaje de esta agenda. Y es necesario porque es uno de los sectores que tiene particularmente en Argentina, si bien el desempleo no es un problema hoy, por suerte es uno de los pocos que no nos quedan, sí tenemos el problema en algunos sectores específicos que tienen que ver con los jóvenes y con las mujeres. Entonces, realmente, si se preguntan, bueno, ¿cómo podemos hacer estas cosas? Y creo que la clave está siendo en establecer instituciones de gobernanza a nivel nacional, pero también bajarlas a la realidad de cada sector y de cada territorio, porque eso es uno de los desafíos grandes que tenemos en países que atraviesan muchos sectores, muchas regiones, muchas diferencias institucionales, y nosotros hablamos de federalismo, de tratar de bajar las políticas a todas las provincias. Así que ese es el desafío que tenemos por delante, siempre atravesado por la macro, con las dificultades de financiamiento que tenemos, con las dificultades de establecer un sendero, y ahora en el medio de un debate electoral en donde a veces esta agenda se está poniendo en tela de juicio sobre la importancia, ¿no? Entonces creo que la mayor trascendencia de este debate, y debe estar aquí hoy gobiernos, sindicatos y empresas, es poder transmitir hacia las nuevas administraciones que esta agenda tiene que seguir y ser una política de Estado, como nos hemos comprometido con las acciones para, justamente, somos uno de los países que menos emite, que genera incluso digamos que no genera huella de carbono neta, pero que tenemos desafíos para el 2030 reducir aún más, un 26% nuestra huella de carbono. Entonces eso, la única manera de hacerlo, con todas las dificultades que tenemos, es estableciendo esto como una política prioritaria que nos permita avanzar en el crecimiento y desarrollar todos los desafíos que tenemos de estos sectores, haciendo mejor lo que ya hacemos y mejorando lo nuevo. Así que es un poco, tenemos muchos desafíos, como verán, pero si ganamos un mundial, creo que podemos hacer esto.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Agustina Briner, Director of Technical Departments at Unión Industrial de Argentina. Thank you for speaking about all these aspects of employment and maintaining economic activity, women, gender equality, and everything that needs to be done to make this transition just. Let me then invite Mrs. Rina Nagar, Deputy Secretary at the Ministry of Rural Development in India. And Deputy Secretary, I would like to ask you about the just transition now in relation to rural areas and farmers. How can we make sure that in this transition in India, globally, people in rural areas, farmers, are not left behind in terms of climate mitigation, climate adaptation, other environmental issues that are there? What are some of the strategies to make sure that rural areas, farmers, men and women, are not left behind? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Linda, co-panelists and dear colleagues. As start by the experience what exactly India is doing for the rural development. As you all aware that we are a very diverse country, very different climatic conditions with different reasons. We represent many climatic conditions and different disasters, and the areas were included. But the highest populations resides in the rural area in India, and we represent from our village. And from the decades, it's not the current situation, not from the decades, we have been introduced so many schemes. The government has introduced so many programs to improve our rural India, and we have achieved in the middle of those situations, like the rural India is like seeing many of the rural villages have been registered under the green villages now for the India specifically. And there are many schemes when still we are improving, and we have improved a lot till the situation, like from the decades, we have been introduced many schemes. I will touch upon the points like I'm representing Ministry of Rural Development here. And for the schemes, so you must be aware about the major schemes of the Manrega, Mahatma Gandhi Narega. And for that scheme, particularly, we ensure every rural reside in the rural area have the guarantee to have the employment, the particular days of the employment, and that particular employment may vary, so he can use that particular days of the employment not only for the farming, he can use that for his own betterment of the life. In case of the, for example, in the farming also he can use, and for the major farmings, when we improve the farming conditions, like say recently for the climate changes, there has been a drought in many areas. You've seen the very high level of temperature rising in many situations, no rains, so that in the particular this scheme, we have introduced to construct the wells and improve the and you secure this rainwater harvesting. There are the many things that he can do. The rural populations, there is one way to do this. Under the Manrega, there are new initiatives being introduced by UNEP now, and the Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India is very keen to promoting that to develop this particular scheme. The second very important scheme that we talk about is National Rural Livelihood Mission. This livelihood mission, we emphasize the women especially to include in the self-help groups. These self-help groups are very well renowned in the rural area. So what we do is we promote the local products. We promote the local products to assess the people at the wider level so that their economy can improve, they can gain. And this is the way of one of the suggestions they can introduce for the local products here. So for example, I'm wearing this sari. This is the Katha sari that you introduce as a Katha stitch, particularly woven by the rural women. It takes months to produce this kind of product. And if we promote this to about the higher level, this is the way for employment to them. It's a new opportunity. For example, when we talk about the forest products, there are many different forest products we can introduce to help our biodiversity, to help our environment, and to help our rural people. This is the one scheme. And in the particular scheme, these are the two examples I have given. There are many that they have been using the printing. We have a different regions and we have a different variety of products in different regions. And this is very important. So we promote the group of the people, the group of the rural women especially, to include in the SHG group and to help them to develop their particular, whatever the skills they know, to improve their skills so that they can use that particular skill, what they know. And for some of the other groups, we provide training also. The government is also emphasizing for the loans to them on the subsidized rate so they can help themselves to improve their livelihoods. The other particular important scheme is the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. It's a redevelopment of earlier schemes which has been introduced from 90s, and now from the 2016 onwards, this has been added and restructured in some of the added products to provide the further facility to the rural household. For example, in this scheme, what the Government of India is doing, they are providing the assistance to the rural populations to build their own house. So they provide the confidence to them. This is the one thing that providing the housing, not only providing the houses, we are also helping in the green economy to use the products which can help the environment. Not only using, for example, there is there is a city, Assam in India, that where we're using the different structure of the houses. And that is also with the in the conditions to help with the climate changes. For example, they are using the bamboo roofs so that they can protect their houses when the flood comes, because that is a very low flood area. Similarly, government is also helping them. So now recently, you must have read in the newspapers that the flood has been affected the Himachal Pradesh in the India very worstly. And also the many houses has been just flushed out in the flood. Government is also helping them to rebuild their houses, to regain their confidence, to help them to improve their lives. There are many other schemes, not specifically for the one ministry, for entire India. There is a Jal Shakti mission. In the particular housing, these are the one aspect. Secondly, we also ensure each and a household gets the fresh water to drink. We also ensure they get the cooking gas. Earlier, the people were using the wood for their cooking. So they involved in the carbon emission very much. But nowadays, with the scheme of the Ujjwala scheme, the government has provided on the subsidized rates, the gas cylinder to the rural people. There are other many schemes for the Swachh Bharat mission. The scheme helps them to tidy the place, to keep them. So there are many facilities we are providing for the rural India, and our rural India is developing. And you can see the changes, it is happening, but there are many more challenges are here. I'll talk about some challenges. When we visit to the grassroots level, when we go to the ground, there is the migration, as my friend already talked about. Migration is a real problem. People do not get the job here. People left us because the farming is an issue. Now we don't have a water. We don't have proper land. We need to provide the suitable land to produce the crops. We need to provide them the proper water. We need to provide them other facilities. So how do we do that? There are the major challenges, and the government are continuously focusing on the policy to include all the aspects. Secondly, migration is the major problem. The people leave their places and just go, and then there are many other further issues with this government. Other thing, Linda wanted to know that how do we ensure the farmers should be not left behind for the just transition? Major, I think, from my perspective, I think they have the skills. In just in transition, it is the right time. It is the correct time. We have to tell them, we have to teach them. There has to be a training capacity building programs to be for each and every particular area. For the scheme, they have already know, or for the particular modules that we need to teach them so that it will help in the just in transition phase when we come across. So that we should not leave anybody behind, and Government of India is continuously focusing on that. The rural India is very important for us, and we are promoting the projects, we are helping them each and every way. And this is the one major aspect that we want to say. Some more points. Recently, there is one more product that we have, the one more module that we have launched in this Manrega, that is the Amrit Sarovar. So what we are doing is we are providing 100 days mandates to the people that working in the scenes, and we are now developing so they have to make a pond, they secure the dam for the water. So that ensures they get enough water for their farming, so that they can use the particular water they harvest for the fishing. So they get the employment. These are the many projects are working in the Government of India, and we are focusing on the rural area. I think I covered that part, very well. Can I to ask anything? So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Rina Nagar, Deputy Secretary, the Ministry of Rural Development in India. And I would like to give the floor then to Mr. Amadou Lamine Gagne, special advisor at the Ministry of Environment in Senegal. And I know a lot of work has been done by the Partnership for Green Economy in Senegal, but I want to ask you two particular questions, and they have to do with small enterprises. First question, what can we do to make sure small enterprises are not left behind in the just transition? How can we make sure they are ready for that transition? What are some of the challenges? And what are some of the strategies that can be applied and have been applied in Senegal? Mr. Diagne, you have the floor.
Je vais parler en français. Merci beaucoup, Linda. Je voudrais, au nom de toute la délégation sénégalaise, en fait, remercier PEJ de nous avoir confiés à cette académie. Ils sont là devant moi. Nous sommes du service public, donc de l'État. Il y en a qui sont aussi du privé et il y en a qui sont des ONG. Donc, voilà. Donc, toutes les catégories sont là présentes. Alors, je voudrais également dire qu'au Sénégal, nous avons une plateforme nationale sur l'économie verte que j'ai l'honneur de présider. Et donc, à travers cette plateforme, nous traitons un petit peu de toutes ces questions. Alors, ceci étant dit, Linda, c'est vrai qu'aujourd'hui, vous m'interpellez à propos de la transition juste. Mais ce que je voudrais dire, c'est que aussi bien pour le concept de développement durable, celui d'économie verte, d'économie circulaire, et aujourd'hui de la transition juste, il y a des catégories d'acteurs qui sont en fait incontournables. Ce qu'on appelle des acteurs dépositaires d'enjeux. Et parmi ceux-là, il y a les acteurs du secteur privé. Il y a ce qu'on appelle les entreprises, qu'elles soient individuelles, petites ou moyennes. On ne peut pas faire avancer ces concepts effectivement sans cette catégorie d'acteurs. Alors, comment est-ce qu'on peut expliquer que aujourd'hui que la transition est en train de partir, que certains acteurs, des petites et moyennes entreprises, soient laissés à quai? Comment éviter cela? Je pense qu'il y a trois choses qu'il faut régler pour éviter de les laisser à quai. La première, c'est l'information et la sensibilisation sur les enjeux de la transition écologique, transition juste. Il faut que ces petites et moyennes entreprises soient informées des enjeux du changement climatique. L'impact du changement climatique, par exemple, sur la productivité d'une entreprise. L'impact sur la rentabilité. L'impact sur la productivité, je crois que je l'ai dit. L'impact sur aussi la résilience d'une entreprise. Il faut que les petites et moyennes entreprises soient sensibilisées et informées sur les enjeux des modes de production et de consommation durable. Prenez par exemple une entreprise qui s'investit dans les emballages, plastiques ou autres. Écoute, si cet entrepreneur-là ne sait pas que depuis 2002, les gens sont en train de prendre des dispositions, des mesures, c'est-à-dire il y aura un élément juridique contraignant qui sera posé sous peu sur la table sous forme de traité pour interdire l'usage du plastique. Alors, si cet entrepreneur ne sait pas là, ben, il sera complètement surpris dans 2 ans de voir qu'effectivement, ou son activité est plombée parce que c'était du plastique, ou alors il n'optimise pas ses activités, peut-être qu'il utilisait d'autres produits et qu'avec cette interdiction, il aura l'opportunité de doubler sa production. Donc, voyez un peu comment l'information est importante. On parle d'environnement, mais si vous pensez que l'information environnementale n'intéresse que les environnementalistes et les écologistes, c'est que vous ne connaissez pas la dynamique du développement durable. Deuxième chose tout aussi importante, c'est le renforcement des capacités. Une fois que l'entrepreneur est plus ou moins informé des choses, il faut essayer de le capaciter. Au Sénégal, nous utilisons beaucoup les incubateurs. Les incubateurs permettent aujourd'hui à l'entrepreneur individuel, à la petite et moyenne entreprise, d'avoir des prémices, de petits éléments sur, effectivement, comment assurer une durabilité dans la productivité, etc. Nous utilisons également RSE Sénégal. RSE Sénégal qui permet aujourd'hui aux entreprises de se rapprocher et savoir comment faire le développement durable au sein de l'entreprise. Donc, la Sonatel qui m'accompagne publie tous les ans son rapport RSE, donc, dans lequel on a vraiment tous les éléments qui limitent aujourd'hui les impacts que l'entreprise peut avoir sur l'environnement. C'est l'efficacité énergétique, c'est la réduction de la production de déchets, c'est les éco-gestes, etc., etc. Donc, au Sénégal, c'est ça que nous faisons. Et troisièmement, et qui est aussi une chose extrêmement importante, il faut que la PME soit impliquée dans l'élaboration des politiques et stratégies environnementales et de développement durable. C'est extrêmement important. Et là-dessus, l'exemple que je veux donner, c'est qu'en 2000, donc il y a 3 ans, nous avons, au niveau du ministère de l'Environnement, posé sur la table une loi, donc interdisant l'usage de produits plastiques, surtout le plastique à usage unique, genre les bouteilles que tu bois et tu jettes, les sachets que tu utilises une fois et que tu jettes, etc. Alors, sur le papier, écoute, la loi était bonne, hein, on pensait qu'elle était bonne. Il y a eu, je veux dire, on a essayé d'impliquer tous les acteurs qu'on pensait être intéressés par ceci. À notre grande surprise, lorsqu'on a commencé à appliquer la loi, un certain nombre d'acteurs, notamment du secteur privé, écoute, s'est levé et donc, voilà, a crié au scandale. Alors, parmi ces acteurs, il y a ce qu'on appelle les producteurs d'eau en sachet. C'est-à-dire, c'est des gens qui mettent de l'eau dans un sachet, 30 centilitres et tout ça. En fait, c'est quelque chose qui avait été encouragé parce qu'on pensait que distribuer l'eau en sachet, vendre de l'eau en sachet dans les rues, c'était beaucoup plus hygiénique qu'effectivement que d'utiliser d'autres ustensiles. Donc, ça avait prospéré, mais telle fut notre surprise de voir qu'il y avait plus de 900 petites unités de producteurs d'eau en sachet. 900, et on n'était pas au bout du compte. Écoute, ils sont venus nous dire, votre mesure est bonne, parce que, en fait, les sachets, c'était vraiment ça polluait tout l'environnement, c'est vrai, mais si vous l'appliquez, alors vous allez mettre à la rue des milliers de jeunes Sénégalais, parce que chaque unité, il y a au minimum 5 jeunes ou des femmes, etc. Donc, essayez de voir entre la conséquence sociale de ce que vous allez faire et, je veux dire, ce que vous allez gagner en termes écologiques et environnementaux. Alors, d'autres qui sont un peu plus organisés, des PME qui sont un peu dans les produits plastiques, d'emballage et tout ça, aussi se sont érigés et pour venir nous dire, écoutez, si vous appliquez le principe de la responsabilité élargie du producteur, vous connaissez, alors, s'il y a des coûts, nous allons les répercuter aux consommateurs. Eh bien, bonjour, effectivement, les conséquences sociales. Voyez un tout petit peu ce que ça fait. Voilà. Donc, il est toujours important, lorsque ces politiques et ces stratégies, en fait, qui touchent l'environnement et le développement durable sont élaborées, que tous les acteurs, notamment les acteurs du privé, soient impliqués. Donc, voilà un peu 3 choses qui me semblent extrêmement intéressantes, 3 conditions pour ne pas être une PME laissée à quai. Alors, maintenant qu'ils sont dans le train de la transition, effectivement, il y a des défis. Parce que la transition, c'est un processus. Ce n'est pas que vous êtes dans le train, vous allez dormir. Vous êtes dans le train, vous êtes aussi en face d'un certain nombre de défis. Alors, Le premier défi, c'est de pouvoir intégrer les principes de durabilité dans le management de l'entreprise. C'est extrêmement important. Effectivement, une entreprise, ça doit produire. Donc, il faut que la capacité de production soit maintenue. Mais il faut, autant que faire se peut, que l'entreprise essaie de respecter les lois, normes et règlements environnementaux. C'est ça, en fait, c'est extrêmement important. Donc, une fois, il faut produire, mais de l'autre côté aussi, il faut veiller effectivement à respecter ces règles et lois environnementales. Deuxième chose, c'est l'accès au financement vert. Parce que, d'abord, il y a deux choses qu'il faut dire, et ça, les gens ne le savent pas. Moi, quand j'ai été directeur des financements verts, j'ai parcouru toutes les banques sénégalaises pour leur dire, écoutez, sur le climat, il y a plus de financement privé que de financement public. Et je crois que c'était une proportion entre 65 et 35. Et je les ai invités effectivement à capter ces ressources privées pour pouvoir soutenir les entreprises. C'est pas important. La deuxième chose, c'est que c'est vrai qu'une entreprise qui s'investit beaucoup dans le green, etc., peut avoir des délais un peu plus longs en termes de rentabilité. C'est ça, en fait. Donc, il faut que l'on puisse mettre dans les institutions bancaires des ressources longues, donc qui permettent un peu à ces entreprises, donc qui sont dans cette dynamique de pouvoir rentabiliser et de produire et de ne pas être concurrencés par ceux qui n'ont pas sollicité ces ressources longues. Autre aspect qu'il va falloir régler dans les défis, c'est l'accès aux technologies vertes. On le dit souvent, mais les technologies vertes, on en parle comme ça très facilement, mais c'est extrêmement difficile d'accès. Et vous prenez juste les plus simples, ce sont les panneaux solaires. Les panneaux solaires, jusqu'à présent, on ne les produit pas dans nos pays. Il faut les importer et après essayer de les monter, etc. Donc, et ça, c'est vraiment le truc le plus simple. Maintenant, je ne parle pas des choses les plus compliquées encore en termes de technologie. Donc, il faut que vraiment cette question-là soit réglée. Levée de subventions, facilité d'importation, etc., etc. Mais en tout cas, on ne peut pas faire du green sans une technologie verte. OK. Autre aspect, c'est le développement des compétences, notamment les compétences vertes. C'est les nouveaux métiers. J'ai l'habitude de dire que ce n'est pas des sous-métiers, c'est vraiment des métiers aussi valorisants que les autres. Aujourd'hui, dans le domaine des déchets où nous avons beaucoup travaillé, et effectivement, nous avons tant bien que mal essayé de faire comprendre que ce ne sont pas des métiers stigmatisants. Aujourd'hui, sur les déchets, il y a pas mal de choses à faire. Et j'ai vu au Sénégal, Kamal le sait, des jeunes diplômés des universités et autres, et qui ont travaillé dans la valorisation des déchets plastiques, déchets informatiques, etc. Et qui aujourd'hui sont des champions que nous avons vraiment beaucoup de fierté à exhiber, à montrer et à dire aux jeunes, mais engagez-vous vers ça. Les métiers verts ne sont pas des métiers dévalorisants. Donc, il faut que tout ça aussi soit développé au sein de l'entreprise. Alors, deux derniers points. C'est le développement d'une politique de protection sociale. Et ça, c'est pour renforcer la résilience et la protection des travailleurs. Je crois que ça, c'est extrêmement important. Au Sénégal, nous avons le Haut Conseil du dialogue social, Kamal, que vous connaissez très bien, avec qui nous discutons beaucoup de ces questions, donc pour veiller un peu à la protection des travailleurs. Et maintenant, le dernier défi, Linda, que je vois, c'est celui des mesures incitatives. Alors, nous avons eu au Sénégal une expérience, enfin, c'était une idée extrêmement intéressante, mais qui tarde à se concrétiser. C'est la mise en place d'une zone franche industrielle verte. Alors, quand nous avons mis en œuvre le projet de promotion des emplois verts, nous avons trouvé certains entrepreneurs individuels, voilà, qui dans un petit enclos, qui dans une petite maison, qui faisaient. Et quand nous les avons appuyés, écoute, ils se sont équipés, ils ont accru leur production, etc., etc. Et ils ne tenaient plus, effectivement, dans cet enclos ou dans cette maison. L'activité débordait. Mais en fait, ces entrepreneurs donc, qui ont gravi les échelles, qui sont montés donc, devaient sortir de cet endroit-là pour aller dans un lieu, mais c'était très difficile. Il fallait louer des hangars ou des trucs, mais ils ne pouvaient pas. Et l'idée d'avoir une zone franche industrielle verte, où les gens viendront s'installer gratuitement pour développer leurs activités, nous semblait très, très, très pertinent, mais malheureusement, est tard à se faire. La fiscalité verte aussi. Alors, une fiscalité verte pour récompenser ceux qui font dans le green et un peu, je veux dire, décourager ceux qui ne font pas dans le green. Voilà, donc ce n'est pas une fiscalité qu'il faut prendre et reverser un peu dans les caisses de l'État. Non, vraiment, c'est une fiscalité à part. On va taxer ceux qui polluent et on va récompenser ceux qui font des efforts non-pollution. Voilà un peu un chapelet de défis. Il y en a encore et encore, voilà, parce que comme je l'ai dit au début, la transition, c'est vraiment un processus. Mais voilà vraiment les quelques éléments que je voudrais. Je vous remercie.
Thank you so much, Mr. Amadou Lamine Diagne, Special Advisor at the Ministry of Environment in Senegal, for giving us all these insights on the challenges of small entrepreneurs and everything that can be done and is being done in Senegal. Very interesting. Let me then invite Stuart Worsley, the country's director at the Green Economy Coalition. And as I mentioned, the Green Economy Coalition is a coalition of more than 60 organizations, most of them civil society, but also UN organizations are there, I believe. And GEC is a very long-standing partner of the Partnership for Action on the Green Economy. Over the years, we've complemented, we've worked together, and I think you've played an important role always in bringing that role also of civil society into our discussions. So Stuart, you've been listening to this discussion where Mustafa was saying this is the moment where all these challenges come together. It's difficult, but you've also heard from the different countries all the stuff that is being done to skill workers, to maintain productivity, to work with farmers, rural areas, small entrepreneurs. You've heard the challenges, but also all this excellent work that is being done. At the Green Economy Coalition, how do you see the just transition? Can you add the elements to it that you see in the Green Economy Coalition? And how do you see it in today's socioeconomic situation? What can civil society contribute also to reaching these goals of the just transition? Thank you for being here. Let me give you the floor.
Not to be left alone, I'll come up here as well and talk a little bit. Thank you very much, everybody, for some quite startling insights. I'm proud to have members who are working in Senegal and in India. We would love to have some in Argentina as well. My colleagues around the world have been working together as part of a coalition called the Green Economy Coalition, for we believe that the change that needs to happen needs to be fundamentally driven by people. And Mustafa, as I was hearing your introduction, the words came to my mind, how on earth did we get here? And I think the reason that we got here is completely human-made. Actually, maybe I should say man-made in this circumstance, because I think, and I mean that in perhaps a gender, an ungender, I mean man. I think it's man-made. And we have got ourselves into this situation because we have adopted a political governance system which has stimulated a certain type and mode of behavior which has incentivized everything that has brought us to this point. We have introduced ideas of competition is really, really good. And if you want to get ahead, you need to compete. That means you need to perhaps defeat. And who is it that we have been defeating? As power has become concentrated into the hands of men and has been concentrated in the hands of the North, we have seen our planet is starting to creak. And our planet is beginning to say, I cannot take this anymore. And our societies are beginning to say, I cannot take this anymore. What we saw a couple of weeks ago when that tidal wave came in to Libya, and as I should say, that tidal wave came out of Libya and washed away thousands of people. What greater message is there for us to see that nature cannot tolerate much more of this? And we're beginning to see that our world is on fire. And I think we need to, if you want to go for transformation, if you want to think differently, we need to go back to basics. We need to completely rethink. And I very much welcome what our speakers have said. I heard from India, you talked very much about going to the rural areas and empowering rural people. Why rural people? Well, because that's where the pain is felt. And who amongst the rural people? I heard you talk about women, because that is where the pain is felt. There was massive opportunity, I think, raised in Argentina when we were talking about the idea of a massive informal economy. I think you said 40% of your economy is informal. And you know, in some countries that we work in, I think in Uganda, 90% of the economy is informal. And yet, when we talk about creating a new world, we are limiting often our discussions to the formal sector. We're thinking about how can we create green jobs? And there is a limit on that. I think the figure you said on green jobs, Mustafa, was around about 40 million, 50 million. Did I get you right on that one? 100 million. Well, can I give you another number back at you? The number of people that are employed in small enterprises around the world is 400 million. Now, I wonder, are we missing a trick when we talk about green jobs, where we don't talk about the institution that holds the green job? And who is the institution that holds the green job? It's the firm. And who is the firm? It's informal enterprise, 40% in Argentina, 90% in Uganda. I don't know what the number is in Senegal, but small enterprises. You spoke, Mamadou, around the way that you had been able to, with your example of the water bag carriers, how quickly you found, to your amazement, 900 had stepped forward into that space to say, yeah, we can do that. And there's something magic about the small enterprise sector that I think we might be missing a trick on. And I think it's really important that as we begin to think, what has gone wrong with the way that we have constructed our world, our male-dominated, capital-centric, financializing everything, what could be the alternative? Maybe we should think about go low. As Michelle Obama once said, when they go high, we go low. Let me claim that space for another word. Let us go low, because I believe that if we start to go low, if we start to go down to communities and to society, you begin to unlock and unleash a potential which is actually quite remarkable. And the opportunities that are out there are there for the taking. So I want to offer a few practical thoughts. The first one I actually have offered is the idea, let's embrace the idea of the firm, the green firm. And in that, I mean by that, the small local green enterprise. I've just done a study, our group has just done a study over 2.5 years with the support of the European Commission, where we have gone across 7 countries. And we've done a financial contextual analysis. We've done one in Senegal, we've done one in India, we've also done them in Peru, we've done it in Mongolia, so South Africa, Uganda, Where else am I missing? Caribbean. So we've done a lot of these studies, and we have consistently come out of all of these studies is that local green enterprises just cannot get a foot in the door. Why? Because they're considered by financial institutions to be too risky. Why? Because there is no law in place in these countries which actually says this is what a small enterprise, this is what a small green enterprise actually is. So the absence of law and the absence of support means that there's 400 million jobs that is available to go green is just actually not getting tapped. So I think one of the areas that we need to look at very strongly is the idea of local enterprise development. The second thing I would want to say is go rural. Go rural as the basis for localization. There is a lovely book, if anybody is interested in this view of life, by David Sloan Wilson, who talks very much about the idea of building groups, building local groups, and building government that is polycentric, that enables diversity and encourages groups to be able to do what groups are good at doing. I think that's where I'm going to stop, because I think that's quite enough for government policymakers to be getting on with. If we can begin to change the way that we run our world, no longer having development as being seen as this linearity, is the low-income countries should be like the high-income countries, and there should be this pathway where we all go through this process of globalization and market-driven and financialized and commoditized. How about an alternative world where we say a world which is built around local imperative, local will, local skill, local knowledge? I think we might then have a very, very different world, and it might not be burning next time we come and have a conversation about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stuart Worsley, Green Economy Coalition. Thank you for bringing some of these points together and adding some great recommendations for this transformation, for this just transition to environmentally sustainable economies and societies. Now, in a minute, I'm going to give you all the opportunity to ask questions to our panelists here, to make comments on what has been said, or maybe to share additional experiences that you want to share. But before doing that, I actually have three rather quick polling questions on the same Slido scheme. So you've been there all before. You've seen the QR code, which is now a little bit hidden. Yeah, okay. Good there. Oh, yeah, perfect. So the first one is a tricky question. In terms of the just transition, our main worry is about, and there's a couple of groups there, but there is no answer that says all, and there is no answer that says other. Yeah. Because of course we are worried about all these groups. But the options that I gave you here, workers, the rural population, small enterprises, youth, women. If you think about the just transition in your countries, who are the groups or parts of the population you are more worried about? And that's interesting. Huh? Small enterprises come up as an important group here to be worried about in connection to what was said, I think, this morning in the panel. Huh? Workers, rural population, women, and youth comes last here. Huh? Okay, we can come back to that. But interesting to see, huh? So much worries about our micro and small enterprises, because they do provide 80% of or more of our employment, right? And are they on board? Are they ready for this transition? Second quick question that I have for you before I open the floor for questions to the panel. In my country, policymakers have a good understanding of the just transition. Is that a yes or is that a no? All these aspects of the just transition that were mentioned this morning, all the dimensions, do you feel in your country, as policymakers yourselves, of course, that there is a good enough understanding of everything implied in the just transition? And I see an 83% saying no, and only a 18 now % saying yes. So there's a lot of work to be done, policymakers, but also, as Mr. Amadou Diagne was saying, the overall population, right? SMEs, farmers. Huh? Let's go to the third question, last question. The present economic situation makes the just transition easier, harder. It's actually the same. And the present economic situation is the economic situation, but it's also, as Mustafa was saying, the various conflicts and wars going on, inflation, poverty, inequality. And 80% of you say, well, it has become harder. It has become harder. 10% says it's actually easier. And 7% says, actually, that does not make a big difference to how hard or how easy it is to do just transition policy making. Okay, that was a quick poll, also to get us ready for questions and comments. Now, if you want to react to the poll and why you gave certain answers, that is also fine. But I would most of all give an opportunity to all of you to react to what was being said here this morning in this high-level panel, different experiences from Argentina, India, Senegal, different aspects of the just transition. Who would like to go first? Yes, Rita, please.
Initially, I would like to thank...
Rita, can you present yourself?
Oh, my name is Rita Quileto. I'm from the state of Mato Grosso in Brazil. And we are working with PAGE since 2016. And we promoted many changes in our economy due to this action. And today, listening to the different experiences in the rich contests, I would like initially to thank you for the rich information on each contest. And I would like to ask you if we can observe just one recommendation from different experience for us that we are here curious to learn a little and to share with you an opportunity to take back to our country.
Thank you, Rita. From anybody in particular? No? Agustina.
Yo tengo una recomendación. Creo que una de las cuestiones que venimos viendo en la academia es que los recursos son siempre escasos y los desafíos son enormes. Creo que la principal meta o desafío, valga la redundancia, es lograr que todas las políticas tengan impacto y alcance. O sea, llegar con resultados y poder hacer monitoreo de eso. Porque muchas veces quizás hacemos muchas investigaciones o diagnóstico y hay que ir a la acción y a los resultados. Y eso, enfocarlos desde las empresas me parece clave porque, como vimos, son los actores que generan el empleo y trascienden y pueden hacer el cambio. Creo que eso es importante.
Thank you so much, Agustina. So going from research into measurable policies and strategies and making sure that enterprises are part of that, yeah? I saw a hand here and then I go there, please.
Muy buenos días. Les saluda Carlos de Perú. Primeramente quiero felicitar a cada uno de los ponentes. Nos han expuesto temas muy importantes. Lo que yo quiero recalcar es algo sobre economía verde, un tema transición justa hacia una economía verde. Si quisiéramos hablar de una transición justa hacia una economía verde, tendríamos que poner la parte privada y la parte pública en materia de políticas regulatorias y compensatorias para implementar. No estamos preparados hoy en día. Países como Perú, donde los niveles de desempleo superan el 50%, y si quisiéramos implementar mecanismos justos hacia una economía verde, nos costaría. Y básicamente, en mi caso, yo soy un emprendedor y cuando buscamos implementar negocios que estén relacionados a temas de economía verde, muchas veces no podemos acceder a créditos, porque hoy en día los créditos son costosos. Después de una pandemia, los créditos son costosos y no muchos pueden acceder a los créditos. Entonces, ¿cuál es el gran papel del Estado que hoy en día? ¿Y cuál es el plan de los organismos que buscan implementar mecanismos de economía verde en temas para impulsar esta actividad? Desde luego nos preocupa a nosotros los peruanos. Si bien es cierto, el Estado no hay mucha inversión pública en temas de economía verde, ¿no? Porque no han sintetizado o no han incorporado en sus inversiones estos tipos de acciones. Pero sin embargo, nosotros, bueno, yo particularmente pertenezco a un gobierno regional, selva, el 76% es boscoso y solamente el 14% es de actividad agrícola, en la cual muchos de nuestros recursos directamente desde el gobierno nacional no están orientados al tema ambiental. Una vez más, mi preocupación es esta, con el tema de los pequeños productores, de las personas que sí quieren hacer economía, que el 70% está impulsado por la informalidad en mi país. El 70% está impulsado la economía por la informalidad. Ese 70% hoy en día trata de sobrevivir después de una situación crítica que ha vivido el mundo y necesitamos créditos para seguir trabajando. Y la gran pregunta es, ¿cuántos de ellos podemos acceder a los créditos? Ni siquiera yo, que trabajo para el gobierno, pudiera acceder a un crédito. Y hoy en día los créditos, bueno, todos los créditos están en función al tiempo, ¿no? Están en función al tiempo. ¿Cómo hacer de que las tasas de interés sean más bajas en el mayor tiempo posible? Eso es imposible en realidad, ¿no? Porque el sistema financiero busca crecer, o el privado, en tema de las tasas de intereses. Ahora, ¿cómo hacemos para involucrarnos netamente? Y mi preocupación es esta, y siempre va a ser mi preocupación en el tema de los créditos, porque aquí estamos hablando de negocios verdes, estamos hablando de inversión verde, pero si no internalizamos la idea de hacer inversión en temas de economía verde, definitivamente todos los esfuerzos que hagamos de repente van a ser mínimos. Nos enfrentamos a un problema de un niño global en el Perú. No sabemos cuál va a ser el impacto de este niño global porque hace mucho tiempo no lo hemos tenido. Y la gran pregunta es, ¿cuánta inversión hemos hecho para tratar de mitigar eso? Hubiera sido excelente que este tema, de repente, no es tarde para tocar ese tipo de temas, lo hubiéramos hablado con mucho más tiempo. Y los estados como los nuestros deberían intervenir, deberían hacer más inversión pública, porque hay recursos que no podemos invertir. Mira, en Perú, hace poco, nos han quitado en la normatividad de inversión pública el hecho de poder invertir en paneles solares. Nos han quitado de inversión pública el ítem de poder implementar paneles solares. Entonces, mi gran pregunta está ahí, ¿cómo hacer, si queremos ir hacia una economía verde, estamos en transición, que nuestras mismas políticas públicas estén mal orientadas en Perú? hay un problema no solamente del Perú, creo que es a nivel mundial, y ahí donde los actores involucrados, esperemos de parte de ustedes que nos invitan, yo vengo con una gran expectativa y espero tener respuestas con respecto a estos temas, ¿no? Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. And I think there's one part of your question which is about access to finance for green enterprises, including the informal economy. Maybe I can give that to you, Amadou, but I see also Stuart very happy also coming in maybe on the public investment, and if there's any support also for countries on public investment, public and private investment in the green economy.
Alors oui, monsieur, je pense que vous avez parfaitement raison et je l'ai évoqué dans mes propos. Aujourd'hui, une grosse difficulté, c'est l'accès au financement quand on fait des activités vertes, quand on est dans l'économie verte ou la transition énergétique ou la transition juste. Nous savons que ces domaines ne sont pas identiques aux domaines classiques. Quand vous faites de l'économie verte, vous n'êtes pas dans l'économie brune. Les temps ne sont pas les mêmes. Vous ne pouvez pas solliciter les mêmes ressources parce que vous, en général, le temps que vous mettez pour rentabiliser un investissement est souvent beaucoup plus long. Donc, non seulement vous avez besoin de ressources longues, mais que les taux d'intérêt aussi doivent être renégociés. C'est-à-dire, vous ne pouvez pas aller dans... Mais effectivement, c'est un gros problème. D'ailleurs, on en a un peu discuté, Kamal et moi, lors du webinaire, le premier jour. Et je disais que, oui, quand vous faites aujourd'hui de l'atténuation ou de l'adaptation, on vous dit allez au fonds vert climat ou allez au fonds d'adaptation, mais quand vous dites que vous faites la transition juste, ben, il n'y a aucun mécanisme de financement qui existe aujourd'hui. Et j'ai dit à Kamal que peut-être qu'on devrait saisir cette opportunité pour voir comment il faut négocier un mécanisme de financement de la transition. C'est extrêmement important. Mais je suis tout à fait de votre avis et c'est le problème que nous vivons dans tous nos pays. Il n'y a pas de ressources vertes pour financer le développement vert.
Can I give a very specific response to Peru? We've just conducted some work in Peru, in Piura and Arequipa. With the collapse of the government, you will be aware that there was a new law that was passed, the BIC law. I'm sorry, my Spanish is not good enough. The BIC, the public benefit law, which was passed, which suddenly created a new legal basis for which a green company and a green social benefit company could operate. But suddenly the government went into a tailspin. You had 4 presidents within about 1 year, and our teams didn't know what to do. So let me tell you what happened. We went down to the municipal areas, and in Arequipa, we formed a green, a mesa verde, a green table, a green platform. This brought entrepreneurs together to say, what is it that we collectively can do? And with the mayor's office and with Calle Arequipa, they released 2 million soles worth of investment, which is now going out through to small enterprises. Now that success has sponsored a similar thing now in Piura. And our intention is to now go to 9 cities, to 9 of Peru's major cities to do this, because the decentralization of Peru's system seems to be the way to go. And I think the general principle that comes in here is that if you bring the right people together, if you bring the green businesses, the green enterprises, the banks, and you say, I want finance, but I can't get finance, and the banks say, I have finance, but I can't give you finance, what then comes in is an unusual conversation in the middle. And that unusual conversation begins to unlock a green desk, for example, as in the case of Calle Arequipa. There's a new green desk which has been open to do that. And you start getting banks to begin to experiment. But at the government level, what we need to do is we need to get governments to start enabling. And I congratulate Peru on being one of the only countries in the world that has actually created a separate legal status for green enterprises. And I commend that to all countries, but what Peru needs now is a green taxonomy, a green basis, a de-risking of finance to get there. You have started on a good journey. Don't be despondent, my friend. I think Peru will be leading the world in a few years' time once things get to stability. And thank you so much for your question.
Well, thank you. I just want a quick comment. I think this is a very critical question of financing for a just transition, because as Mr. Jain has said, there are many climate funding mechanisms internationally, the Green Climate Fund, the Global Environment Facility, etc., but none of them is specifically financing the social dimensions of the ecological transition. So therefore, the problem that countries face is that if you are South Africa or if you're Indonesia, you want to close down fossil fuel operations, plants, having to reconvert the workers, retraining them, getting them to move into other occupations, finding ways to support those in the community that may lose income, not because they are coal miners, etc., but they might be many other businesses that just revolve around a coal mining community. So those social costs of the transition, there are no mechanisms to finance that. So that's why last year at the UN Climate Conference in Egypt, we made a big effort to engage with the UNFCCC parties, and there is a decision, a COP decision, a guidance to the board of the Green Climate Fund for them to consider ways to finance a just transition. So it doesn't ask the GCF to create a new window. It says that the GCF within the existing funding windows should find ways to finance a just transition. So we're hoping that at the climate conference this year in Dubai, parties and the GCF itself will say what they have done with that guidance of the COP. But then I want to add just a last point, which is the challenge that countries are facing, to decarbonize, and those that are impacted so massively by climate, like the island states in the Caribbean, in the Pacific, is so massive that the existing climate mechanisms will not be able to fund that. There is an important role for the private sector, but this is still very challenging for many countries to access. So therefore, this is why there is a much bigger debate about reforming the international finance architecture, because that's what is needed. And this is what the Prime Minister of Barbados is championing, through the Bridgetown Initiative. That is going to be indispensable to reform the international finance architecture for developing emerging economies to be able to access capital faster at a lower cost and at the big scale that they need for this transformation. Because otherwise, the challenge is that countries facing fiscal constraints that have been championed, and I was last week, as I said, in Costa Rica, I had a conversation with the UN resident coordinator, and what she was saying is that the Minister of Economy of Costa Rica is for the first time starting to think of oil and gas exploration, which has never happened in a country like Costa Rica, but they have reached a limit where the resources that the government needs to sustain their sustainability policy has nowhere to come from. So therefore, I think the direction that the world would need to go is to go with that painful reform of the financial architecture, because otherwise countries will go all to the fossil fuel economy to find the resources they need.
Thank you for that. I saw a question there in the back, and then I'm coming to you. Yes. Please.
Sí, buenos días. Primero a todos y todas. Mi nombre es Hernán Ruggirello, vengo en representación del sector de trabajadores de la Confederación General del Trabajo de la República Argentina. Mi pregunta era para el compañero de Senegal, que habló de las zonas francas, verdes, ¿no? Y un poco pensaban que en Argentina hubo desde hace un tiempo una política de construir parques industriales y se han construido unos cuantos. Y entonces la consulta puntual era si estas zonas francas fueron zonas que se crearon, digamos, de cero, por decirlo de alguna manera, o tuvo que ver con una reconversión de estructuras ya existentes, digamos, ¿no? Pensando en cómo poder reconvertir toda esa capacidad en una transición hacia una economía más verde.
Oui, en fait, oui, effectivement, j'en ai parlé. J'ai dit que c'était une idée que j'ai trouvée très généreuse parce que, écoutez, nous avons appuyé des entreprises individuelles, des toutes petites entreprises et qui ont pu réussir dans le vert et qui se sont agrandies et qui devaient coûte que coûte sortir du cadre dans lequel ils étaient parce qu'ils avaient besoin de plus d'espace. Mais plus d'espace et beaucoup d'argent qu'il faut décaisser, ils ne savaient pas où trouver de l'argent. Et je me rappelle à une réunion que nous avons eue, les responsables des zones industrielles nous ont dit que, écoute, à Diamniadio, c'est une ville à proximité de Dakar, c'est une ville neuve, hein, et ils nous avaient dit qu'à Diamniadio, ils allaient créer en fait une zone franche industrielle verte. Donc, pour répondre à votre question, c'était une zone vierge en réalité qui devait accueillir des entreprises, effectivement, qui satisfaisaient à un certain nombre de critères verts, en fait, voilà. Mais ce n'était pas une zone où on devait, voilà, faire de la reconversion, etc. Donc, c'est vraiment des entreprises green qui, à l'origine, devaient aller s'installer dans cette zone franche industrielle verte. Bon, malheureusement, l'idée tarde à se faire.
Okay, sorry. My name is Jumana Karame. I come from the regional office for the Arab states. And I want to thank all the panelists for the very enriching discussion. My question goes actually to Mustafa. The Arab States region covers both the oil-producing countries of the GCC and the countries that are unfortunately now in dire crisis in the Middle East. Now, going into the discussion of and engaging with government and workers and employers on the issue of just transition and transformation, especially that you have already mentioned that we need to provide a positive narrative, and the job creation and losses are not happening actually in the same location. So how can we convince these oil-producing countries, which contributes, of course, to around globally around 75% of the greenhouse emissions, to go green or to implement just transition policies and strategies, and they know that the job creation is not going to be happening in their regions, and they are trying to nationalize the labor force, because we know that there is the issue of the migration that comes very critical in that area, in that region, where most of the workforce is migrant workers. And these countries are trying to nationalize their labor force. How can we provide them with such a narrative? And what are positive or good practices that from around the world that we can use as a reference for our efforts? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, colleague. I think this is, of course, one of the central challenges the world faces, what to do with the highly oil and gas dependent economies, and those particularly in Arab states. And I think this is also the test of the UN Climate Change Conference this year taking place in the United Arab Emirates. I think there are some who have been worried by the fact that a UN climate conference is taking place in an economy heavily dependent on fossil fuels, and that the incoming president of the COP himself is a CEO of an energy on the fossil fuel company. But to me, one cannot decarbonize the world if you sideline the big players, those who control fossil fuel economies. It's just to make an anecdote. If you have a teenager, teenagers, they don't behave, they have different ways to see things. But if you sideline them, you just give them the free way to do whatever they want. The only way to make it happen is positive engagement. So to me, that positive engagement with countries that rely heavily on fossil fuel economies is the test. And I think the vision statement that the UAE COP presidency has issued is actually responding to that. They are saying that the United Arab Emirates has transformed what was a desert, basically with Dubai, a fishing village, into what is Dubai today. It's almost, it's Las Vegas that you have reinvented, if you like, in the middle of nowhere. So that transformation that they have done can also happen in the green sector. So let's also remember that oil and gas, coal are just natural resources among many others. If you look at any of the Arab states, the Gulf region, it's full of wind, it's full of sun, and that these are alternative sources of energy that could enable diversification. So I want to also say that because this is a region dominated by faith, and I was part of a project on religion and environmental sustainability with a colleague from ILO. We wrote a former colleague from Turin, I forgot her name, Najma. With Najma Mohammed, we wrote a chapter on Islam and sustainability. But one of the observations is that if you act just as a natural human being, you realize that God the Almighty has made visible to the eye many sources of energy. Wind is visible, the sun is visible, water for hydro energy. The most dirty sources of energy, God has hidden them underground: coal, gas, oil. So you wonder, why have humans left all what is easily accessible and went to dig like rats into what is much more difficult? So that question, I never had an answer to it. But just to say that the agenda is about diversification, and this could be possible because the potential is there. And I want to end by saying that the Arab region, at the difference of many small-scale economies, island economies, LDCs, etc., has the financial resources to make that transformation possible. And let's remember, colleagues, that in the Paris Agreement, there is a reference to a just transition, but also economic diversification and transformation. So the work program on just transition is not just about just transition, it's also about economic diversification and transformation. So let's just look at that opportunity, and I think this could be a way forward, and we very much look at COP28 to see how this could be made possible in the UAE and elsewhere in the region.
Thank you for that. I think you had your hand up a long time.
Bonjour à tous, je m'appelle Kourasso, je suis du Sénégal et merci déjà pour les organisateurs de nous avoir invités. Merci aussi pour les différents intervenants, pour leurs brillants exposés et pour les panélistes. J'ai une petite contribution à apporter en tant que secteur privé. Je travaille à Sonatel, qui est un opérateur telco, c'est Orange, hein, le groupe Orange. Donc, je peux apporter une petite contribution par rapport au numérique, parce qu'on est opérateur telco, mais on est un opérateur green. Parce que le numérique aujourd'hui est une des solutions. C'est vrai que c'est pollueur, mais à un niveau peut-être inférieur aux industries. Et aujourd'hui, ce qui est important, c'est de savoir qu'il y a, nous, par exemple, au niveau de Sonatel Orange, on a cette volonté, on a ce qu'on appelle la responsabilité sociétale d'entreprise. Et de ce fait, on a cette conscience-là, cette volonté-là d'être un opérateur vert. Et il y a pas mal d'initiatives qui sont là. En tant que secteur privé, il s'agit de volonté et d'engagement. Parce qu'au niveau du groupe Orange auquel on appartient, on a pris des engagements de moins 30% d'émissions de GES à horizon 2030 et net zéro carbone à 2040. Et de ce fait, on a mis en place un plan d'action qui permet justement de mettre beaucoup de choses. Souvent, on parle de trouver des financements. Mais au-delà de trouver des financements, il y a des mesures pratiques, concrètes qu'on peut mettre en place qui permettent d'être verts et aussi, surtout, de ne pas chercher des coûts, de ne pas aller chercher des finances, mais éviter des coûts. Par exemple, nous, dans notre fonctionnement, on a ce qu'on appelle le Green IT qui permet de faire de la dématérialisation de nos équipements. Et en dématérialisant nos équipements, ça nous permet d'acheter moins de matériel, mais bon, c'est de la technologie, hein, parce qu'il y a une partie innovation qu'il faut avoir et pouvoir dématérialiser. On a des data centers qui sont moins énergivores, on a de l'optimisation énergétique qui permet d'économiser l'équivalent de 3 millions de dollars par an. Et donc, sur la partie reconditionnement, économie circulaire, on économise chaque année l'équivalent de 3 millions de dollars. Donc, vous voyez bien que le secteur privé est souvent interpellé et le secteur privé pourrait donner des exemples concrets en termes de coûts évités. Aujourd'hui, les entreprises sont dans la rentabilité, dans la productivité. Et quand vous dites à une entreprise, une grande entreprise, à travers les mesures vertes que vous pouvez mettre en place, vous avez des coûts évités et vous avez plus de rentabilité, je pense que ça peut impulser quelque chose et pousser les entreprises à aller dans cela. Quand vous leur dites, comme ce qu'on fait chez nous, avec des achats responsables, ça vous permet d'être dans la durabilité et ça vous permet d'économiser des coûts et avoir des résultats encore plus... on a l'avantage, on dit que chez nous, on est peut-être première entreprise du Sénégal parce qu'on a 1 milliard de francs CFA. Mes collègues vont bien rigoler parce qu'on nous interpelle toujours pour ça, justement parce qu'on a ces mesures qui nous permettent d'optimiser nos charges. Et je pense que ce serait intéressant de voir comment être un modèle pour les autres entreprises qui sont dans le secteur privé en leur disant, vous cherchez la productivité, vous cherchez la rentabilité, vous pouvez être des entreprises vertes en mettant en place des mesures qui permettront d'avoir plus de rentabilité. Et par ailleurs, pour les PME, on pourrait servir d'exemple. C'est vrai on est grande entreprise. C'est vrai que les PME ont peut-être d'autres comment on veut dire, préoccupations là plus primaires. Quand vous leur dites soyez verte, ils vont se dire peut-être je dois d'abord me formaliser. Mais aujourd'hui, en tant qu'opérateur encore, le numérique est un pivot qui pourrait aider les entreprises à se formaliser. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, on parle de formalisation online, dématérialisée. Je me demande, est-ce qu'on a réfléchi à ces pistes-là? Comment le numérique est un pivot qui est transverse au niveau de tous les secteurs d'activité peut appuyer toutes ces actions dont on pense. C'est vrai qu'on est toujours focus sur les financements, comment lever des fonds, etc. Mais il y a des outils qui sont là, comme le numérique et d'autres solutions qui sont là, qui peuvent aider à tirer ces PME. Les secteurs privés peuvent beaucoup aider et peut-être réfléchir à comment le secteur privé peut apporter sa valeur. Excusez-moi, je suis un peu long, mais je voulais vraiment partager cette expérience du secteur privé qui peut aider à faire bouger les lignes. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. And I will take it as a comment and a proposal, no? The role of bigger companies, private sector, to lead the way and support small SMEs in their own green transition. So thank you very much for that. You've had your hand up for a long time, and I think that would be our last question already for this morning. And apologies to the others, please.
Merci bien, madame. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Je voudrais d'abord dire merci à tous les panélistes pour les communications très intéressantes qu'ils nous ont présenter et dire vraiment un grand merci à Pej pour avoir invité le Burkina Faso à prendre part à cette académie. Et dire également toujours un grand merci à Pej pour l'appui et le partenariat durable entretenu avec le Burkina Faso depuis 2016. Et un partenariat qui nous a permis donc d'avoir des résultats très intéressants. Et le premier résultat, grand résultat que nous avons obtenu, c'est l'organisation de l'Académie nationale sur l'économie verte en 2016, avec l'appui presque intégral de Pej. Également, nous avons élaboré beaucoup de documents de référence, notamment des politiques, stratégies sur l'économie verte, également d'autres documents de référence, notamment des guides sur les emplois verts et le diagnostic sur les emplois verts au Burkina Faso. Il y a des documents de référence également sur le tourisme au niveau du Burkina Faso. Donc, vraiment beaucoup de résultats engrangés donc, avec l'accompagnement des pays que nous souhaiterons vraiment durable, comme je l'ai dit tantôt. Et je pense que cela vaut un banc pour le pays. Merci bien. Maintenant, pour revenir aux différentes communications, je voudrais vraiment m'intéresser beaucoup plus à la communication faite par M. Stewart sur donc, la gouvernance, surtout au niveau local. Pour dire que notre pays est actuellement dans cette dynamique-là, à travers le développement de ce que nous avons appelé les éco-villages. Alors, les éco-villages, c'est un modèle vraiment de gouvernance et de démocratie à la base que nous sommes en train d'implémenter depuis pratiquement 2016. Et c'est vrai que les moyens sont parfois dérisoires, mais nous avons en tout cas identifié 2000 villages sur les 8000 villages que contient donc le Burkina Faso. Et nous avons commencé donc à investir petit à petit donc, dans ces différents villages. Et les investissements consistent surtout, nous mettons l'accent surtout sur l'énergie, sur l'adduction d'eau potable et l'eau également pour la production agricole. Et il y a aussi les aspects sanitaires, il y a aussi le développement des chaînes de valeur à travers le renforcement des capacités des acteurs. Comme je l'ai dit, les moyens sont un peu dérisoires. Donc, nous avons, sur la base des 2000 villages que nous avons identifiés, nous avons donc intervenu dans 5 villages en matière d'énergie, notamment la réalisation de mini-centrales solaires photovoltaïques, les jardins nutritifs et autres pour la production, et également les forages équipés en système d'arrosage avec donc le système solaire. Il y a aussi, bon, pour le renforcement des capacités des acteurs, ça c'est pratiquement dans 71 villages que nous avons pu le faire. Donc, nous sommes, en tout cas, l'intervention de M. Stewart nous réconforte vraiment davantage sur notre choix d'aller vraiment à la base pour essayer de développer donc, ces villages-là. Et nous sommes sûrs que le développement de ces villages va impacter positivement le développement donc, des villes. Et vous savez que notre pays est actuellement éprouvé par l'insécurité. Donc, ce sont les villages, les populations au niveau des villages qui sont réellement les plus touchés. Et actuellement, certains sont en train de repartir chez eux et il faut les accompagner parce que très souvent, bon, ils ont quitté leur village et pratiquement ils repartent et il n'y a plus rien. Donc, ils ont franchement besoin d'un accompagnement très important pour pouvoir donc mieux s'installer et rester vraiment dans leur localité et développer leur localité et créer également de nouveaux emplois pour les jeunes et surtout pour les femmes. Donc, nous recherchons vraiment des partenaires qui s'intéressent vraiment à cette politique-là. Et vraiment remercier M. Stewart. Je ne sais pas, bon, ça c'est notre expérience. C'est sûr qu'il ne s'est pas beaucoup étalé. Bon, je voulais voir si donc, notre vision telle qu'elle est la meilleure ou s'il peut nous donner vraiment des indications pour renforcer un peu donc, notre stratégie d'intervention. Merci bien. Voilà. Merci.
Thank you very much. And Stuart, I think that gives you the last word here, but you spoke about localization, local communities, greening of local communities, and I think here's an excellent experience despite all the security issues to do that. So is that indeed something that we are proposing and we are...
Thank you very much indeed. And I'd love to learn more about your eco-villages. Just one word of encouragement and one word of warning. On the word of encouragement, I would say congratulations for building from the bottom upwards. When you build from the bottom upwards, you build on people's perspectives, you build on their energy, you build on their desire for change, you build on their innovation capability. And if you network them together, they can actually become quite big, and you can create quite a large movement, which is not limited to one or two. The word of warning is, I don't forget the Millennium Villages. They didn't work. And they didn't work because somebody from upstairs at the top said, we think this is a good idea for you. And they imposed it downwards. So going to the village is not sufficient. Building up from the village is what will work. And I think this is not just about villages, and it's not just about communities. This is about regenerating a new social contract. It's about, as society, what do we owe each other? And what therefore should government be doing for us and with us? And how do we, as the people, organize and fix problems that we want to organize? This is a very, very big area. It's an area which I think is going to be transformative for the just transition, that if we do get a movement which is led by people, for people, we will be able to fix the issues that we've got on this planet. They are critical. I'll have much more to say on this over the coming days, but thank you for your question.
Thank you very much. And I think that brings us to the end of the session. I have seen a few more hands. Sorry about that, but don't worry, there will be more opportunities for a discussion over the coming days. So keep insisting. I would like to thank very much our panelists this morning, Stuart Worsley, Agustina Brina, Rina Nagar, Mustafa Gay, Amadou Lamine Diagne. Thank you very much for your great inputs this morning and for responding to everything that was brought up by us here. Let us go for lunch in the same place where you had breakfast. Your ground pass should allow you to pass the till. Yeah, we will accompany you there. And I hope to see you back here in the same room at 2:15. 2:15. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sure, thank you. That was fantastic. And I think great that you brought the social contract at the end. That's yeah, that was the closing word indeed. Yes, my colleagues. Very much more
China. So maybe the SME will be one of the entry points. So yeah, so let's say that what we can for the
Yeah, you have everything in there. Yeah, that should be fine. So I need to get.
Oh, that one works. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a nice lunch. I think we are still expecting a few more people back. Ah, they're praying. Yes, of course. But I think we probably should get started. Let me see, maybe you can find your chairs. All right, welcome back. Now this morning, we had a nice opening. We had a wonderful discussion about the political economic aspects of green transformation and the just transition. I hope you're ready for something completely different and rather technical. Right after lunch, we are going to talk in the afternoon about the modeling of the social, economic and environmental impacts of policies and investment scenarios. A quite technical subject, but I'm sure our speakers are able to bring it in an interesting manner. And let me present to you my colleague, Marek Harsdorf. That just wouldn't come. Marek Harsdorf, economist at the ILO Priority Action Program on the Just Transition, ILO, and he is going to do a first introduction on this subject. We will have online with us Ms. Svenja Wiebe, who is a senior research scientist at SINTEF. And SINTEF is an independent research organization that has done a lot of work on this topic of modeling the social, economic and environmental impacts of policies and investment scenarios. And also online will be with us Mr. Stijn van Hummelen, who is the managing director of the Belgium office of Cambridge Economics. Now the three of them will take you through what is this modeling, and then also importantly, how does that help us in designing more evidence-based policies where we take socioeconomic and environmental impacts of these policies into account. So with that introduction, and meanwhile the room nicely filled up, I hand over to you, Marek. Please.
Thank you very much. Don't be scared. If you are scared, what is the best strategy? Attack. No? So if you don't understand something, if you think it's too complicated, then just attack and ask a question and we'll help you to understand. So my name is Marek. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm economist in the Action Program on Just Transition. We have two follow speakers, Kirsten and Sven, as indicated. Then we have a break, and then we have an exercise for you to practice what we teach theoretically in these presentations. So welcome again. The title of my presentation is not on the model. The title is Better Policy Making. Why so? Because we are talking about a tool, and a tool should help you in policy making and not the other way around. I briefly give you an outline of the presentation with four main building blocks. The first being why we are using such a tool, so why we use the assessment model. The second is what it is, so very briefly on the properties, on the data and the structure. And I give you country examples from some of your countries, from the page countries, as well as other. And I'll conclude with the main title of my presentation, which is the Just Transition Policy Making. So the first question is why. I think this morning you have heard a presentation about the inequality. So today, we're facing an interlinked crisis, that is the climate crisis and the inequality crisis. Now, if you just look at the red bar again, the bottom 50%, they're the most vulnerable to climate change. Right? At the same time, they emit less than 10% of greenhouse gas emissions. This holds within and across countries. What does it mean? It means that the richest in developing as well as developed countries, they emit most, whereas the poorest within countries, they emit least. So even my home country, Germany, the richest have a 3- to 4-fold higher carbon emissions than the poor ones. So if you look at the blue chart, then the capacity to finance, to adapt to the changes of climate change is obviously least with the poorest one. And this is a stark reminder of the inequality crisis that we face. Hence, the keynote speaker from this morning, that those crises, the climate crisis, the carbon inequality and income inequality are in fact one and the same coin. This is why now we need a model to understand the interlinkages. What is the link between climate change policies and inequality? So here is a simple question just for you to understand the functioning of it. I have put the net zero by 2050. Most countries in the world have adopted through the Paris Agreement and later submissions, net zero strategies 2050 or a little later, like China and India, 60 and 70 respectively. So now, what does this mean? And this is a question mark. What does this mean on the social and the labor market side? We look at direct jobs, at indirect jobs. You know the difference, I believe. Direct jobs are those working directly, say, in the energy sector. But then the energy sector obviously is composed of a supply chain. Metal, for example, for solar framing or even coal-fired power plants. So these are the indirect jobs. But then the income earned through all these workers is spent in the cafeteria or spent in the cinema in the evening, which induces job creation. So we need to look at all those jobs rather than specifically only focus on one sector. Informality is a big issue in most of your countries. Skills and gender questions are key here as well. Now, the economy is the main question in policy making. GDP by sector needs to be understood. Otherwise, ministries of finance will look the other side. So we need to understand the impact on the economy, on tax revenues, profits, notably for oil exporting countries, which increasingly face a challenge of financing their budgets. And then obviously CO2 emissions and other environmental indicators needs to be assessed at the same time. So the objective, as I had mentioned again, coming back to the title of my presentation, is we need to understand these interlinkages for better policy making. Because only if you know the interlinkages, then you can design policies which, and this is our objective, which maximize the gains, minimize the losses. And this is what just transition policy making is all about. So let me briefly run you through the properties of the model so that you can appreciate and you can attack me once you not understand 100% what is the Green Jobs Assessment model. So first is data sources. It's an empirical model. We need empirics. It's not a theoretical model. Why? Because obviously we observe the reality rather than assume reality. So the system of national accounts provides you with the gross domestic product data and so forth. The system of environmental accounting adds the environment to it. That's a new concept, not implemented in all countries. However, we apply it in the modeling, basically splitting the fossil fuel industry from the renewable energy industry. Why? Because the production structure is different. We need to split those. The guidelines are up there. Then we need labor force survey data, household budget survey to look for inequality issues, as well as emission inventories from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Now, the Nobel Prize for it was won by Leontiev in '76. for integrating all these data. So it's not an invention by ourselves. The Nobel Prize was awarded for this framework called the supply and use or input-output framework, which integrates the data in an harmonious way. So each and every industry is separately accounted for. The indirect consumption, so the supply chain, as well as value added, employment by sector, emissions by sector, and any other indicator you're interested in. So basically that's it already. This framework, it's a data frame. It's just statistics, what we have seen so far. This data frame is now, and this is why Leontiev won the Nobel Prize, is now projected into the future through very simple and simplified economic modeling. I won't go into detail, but there's some exogenous drivers, that is population. When your population grows, GDP growth, as well as the global economic outlook. Say if China has a crisis, if India has a crisis, the US has a crisis, has an impact on your country. Right? So these are exogenous. And then endogenously, there is the income of households, investments. And from these drivers, from the model, you can then derive the direct effects by industry, the emissions by industry, the indirect effects, and the induced effects. These are the technicalities for those countries who I have dealt with. That may be easy to appreciate. For others, there may be questions. So please keep those questions in mind. Now, what is most interesting, I believe, is examples. Right? So the third part of my presentation is now to give you a couple of examples on what those models provide you with policy information. So the first one, I start with the global one, published in 2022. Among our collaborators were Stin, who you'll see later in a presentation from Cambridge Econometrics. So we modeled a conventional and a green growth scenario by 2030, and we assessed three key indicators, GDP on the very left, panel A, to CO2 and middle employment impacts. So what you see here is the trends, the macro trends, between the blue line, which is the conventional scenario, and the green line, which is the green scenario. So it allows you already to appreciate, with such a model, you appreciate the differences between two policy scenarios. It's not a forecast, it's a scenario. So we put in green economic policies in there, and we compare to the conventional growth scenario. So we compare apples with apples. Now, to understand the differences, say in employment, for example, employment is 5% higher than in the business as usual scenario. Why is that so? Now you can look into the details, and the beauty of the model is that it's by sector. So you see in the different sectors, the gains and the losses. So you start from the very top. Obviously, you see extractive industries, the second bar records a negative. Why? Obviously, green economy stimulates other than oil and gas and coal production activities. So jobs are lost. If you look then at the fifth or sixth bar, that is construction. A green economy requires a lot of new infrastructure, new investments into renewables, into technology. And the construction content is highly labor intense. That's why the total, if you look at the very bottom, the total is positive with more than 5 million globally, jobs globally, across different country regions, which are impacted differently. Now, that is a global picture, which may help you a little, because each and every country is different. One country is not the same as the other. The structure of an economy is very different in one, even same state of development, because each country has its specificities. Now, here we did, through the PAGE program, an assessment of the social and employment impacts in Mauritius. And I will just select one key indicator, skills training, for you to appreciate how much, and leading over to the policy section, how much the model can inform and should inform policy. So on this chart, you see three key sectors for the Mauritian economy. They're still very much agricultural based. Sugar was the main export, and still is, as well as tourism, which is a new growth industry in terms of eco and green tourism for the country. Now, in both sectors, there's a green strategy, climate strategy, and you can see with a 30% reduction target in the case of the national determined contributions, what a 30% reduction target, a restructuring of the economy would mean for the different sectors. So first, look at agriculture on top left. There are very few managers, and here are the 9 skilled profiles which are depicted according to the International Standard Classification of Occupations. So managers are not required in agriculture. Why? Because mostly these are small-scale farmers. And so the skills training, and here in the tune of around 6,000 skilled agricultural and fishery workers, is on technical skills. This compares to the tourism industry, where in fact it is hotel managers who need to be trained. Hotel managers, and here in the case with a quantitative model, around 3,000 managers who by 2030 need to be trained in energy efficiency. Investments, they must come from somewhere. They are not made automatically by a computer, not yet. They're made by managers, and the managers need the knowledge. No? So here this model helps you to understand, for the Ministries of Training and Education, helps you to understand what is the impact of the climate policy, a 30% reduction, on the skills training requirements for manager in the tourism industry. Isn't that beautiful? Yes, at least for economists. In another example from Nigeria, the other beauty of the model is that you can compare policy scenarios in terms of the biggest bang for the buck. So here you see 10 different policies or 10 different scenarios on the chart. So you have, from the very left, you have the renewable energy sources, to the very right, with the different policy scenarios. So the red bar is the average number of jobs created by 2030 from 1 million investment, or $1 investment, as you wish. So in renewable energies, you create 150 jobs, which compares to the second bar, if you look to the 25 million tree program, which is basically an afforestation program, which has double the number of jobs created. But this will be more low-skilled than as compared to renewables. No? If I had now the skills charts from Mauritius, you would then appreciate what kind of skills there are, as well as the trend over the years. You would see tree planting is more short-term, whereas renewables is technical, it's more long-term. No? So here you can compare not only what type of skills training and social protection policies you need, but also the financial implications if you want to create short-term jobs or longer-term jobs and so forth. At the same time, the model assesses the CO2 emissions from the different scenarios, no? Because the data are all interlinked. So you see the blue bar going down. Interestingly, from renewable energy sources, because it stimulates economic activity, emissions are basically flat. They're not reduced, no? Which is often claimed, but the model allows you to assess the indirect effects and the induced effects. Stimulating economic activity creates emission. So comparing the scenarios allows you with a better fine-grained picture for policy making. Now, this concludes the first part of my presentation. So if you have something to attack, write it down. These are questions on the model. The model, and we will have questions after the sessions. The model is, however, not for the purpose of university. The model is to inform policy making. Notably, policies that at the ILO are coded as just transition policies. Now, what are those, you may ask? They're coded since 2015 in the so-called guidelines, and they were confirmed this year at the International Conference of the Labor that is happening every year, which brings together all countries of the world, the 186 members of the ILO, to conclude on joint resolutions, conventions on issues of labor. Now, this year, they concluded and reconfirmed the ILO guidelines on a just transition. So what are those? You can find those on the bottom right. You see that you can download those from the ILO website. And in short, the objective of these guidelines, and this is the beginning of the presentation, to turn the risks of a transition into GDP growth, job creation, and reduced inequality. That is the objective, where we have a couple of policy areas, notably macro policies, employment policies, and labor protection policies, to enable the shift. Now, I conclude with just a few examples. Social dialogue is at the heart of the ILO, but not only at the heart of the ILO, but at the heart of any transition. People need to sit around the table and discuss. In South Africa, and I see my friend here from South Africa, the Presidential Commission allows for a Just Transition Committee to meet and to discuss with unions and employers organizations on this transition path. Social protection is the second and important policy element, because those impacted by climate change or those losing their job from policies, they must be protected, otherwise they will oppose and inequality will increase. So social protection is a key measure here, the biggest one in the world. From India, the National Rural Employment Guarantee Act, it's a cost of not even 0.4% of GDP. 60 million households can benefit from this scheme, and this allows you a right to 100 days of work in climate change adaptation and in so-called nature-based solutions with high benefits occurring to productivity in agriculture, rural employment, as well as rural-urban inequality. The third one is skills training. Skills training for those. So you need social protection for those losing, but you need skills training for the emerging sectors, as we have seen from Mauritius. So in my home country, Germany, there's a partnership between the government and a very famous company, Volkswagen. We consider ourselves the Saudi Arabia of car manufacturing, and there are some 1.3 million people employed in that sector. Now, this shift, you have heard it obviously in the media, will destroy employment in the combustion engine, moving to electric manufacturing, right? So the government, together with Volkswagen, for example, developed the concept of skills training. It's an academy called Faculty 73 to switch 280,000 workers into digital and electric car manufacturing. Now, I conclude with just 5 policy recommendations, and then I open for questions. So the first one is just transition policies need to be enacted ex ante. What does it mean? You cannot just put in a policy and this policy destroys workers across the industries. They will obviously go to the streets and protest, what we see across the world. You need to think of the impacts, and that's why the tool, the Green Jobs Assessment Model, is so important. You need to think of the impacts in advance. Because if you don't think of the impacts in advance, you will have losers who will obviously oppose the transition, right? So these policies need to come ex ante. Right? This is the first. Then focus on where there's really the issue. Don't think of any white elephants, because it's a beautiful media coverage or a design. For example, in Nigeria, the biggest emitter is forest loss. 75% of primary energy comes from wood. It is not a petrostate in its own consumption. It exports oil and gas, but it does not consume oil and gas. No? So if you want to bring down emissions, increase productivity, reduce inequality between urban areas in northern Nigeria, urban areas in southern Nigeria, such as Lagos and the very north, this inequality is stark. If you want to reduce that, focus on the key sector, which is agriculture, forestry, and land use change. Right? The third one is skills training systems. Now, if you want to allow for a shift, don't think of only investments. There are so many investment packages around the world. They all have one limitation, the human capital. Human capital is, in economics, is as equally important, and in fact, in economic equations, is more important than physical capital. Because again, it is managers to make the decision. It is banks' decisions, people's decisions to allow for the credit, and it's workers to installing and maintaining, running these renewable energy plants. Without workers and the skills, you will not go anywhere. The fourth, extend social protection. Social protection is key to allow for those losing, and not only in the industries. We have heard the inequality report this morning. Energy is a major cost for the poor people. It is a minor issue for the rich people. If the energy becomes more expensive, then you need to protect the poor from rising energy prices, which increases food prices. You need to protect them from transport increased prices, housing prices. The poor, they spend a much larger share of their income on energy related. If that goes up, inequality increases, the transition will not happen. Social protection for both industries and inequality issues is key. And the last one is what we have heard this morning. Fiscal policies allows you to provide fiscal space to finance the transition. With that, I thank you for your attention. We'll have 3 minutes for very quick questions, and then I'll hand over the floor to my colleague, Kirsten, who will be joining online. There's 1, 2. I took note. I first encourage women to also speak up. Don't be shy, because the men are just raising their hand. Their question is definitely not better than yours. I've seen one question here. Please, start.
Thank you. I'm not going to attack because I don't think I have enough ammunition to attack. But this is an interesting tools. I'm just want to make sure one of I'm Rara from Indonesia. So this model is actually to turn the risk of transition into the GDP growth, job creation, and reduce inequality. For the GDP growth and job creation, I could see how the model is actually play around, but the reduce inequality, I'm not sure how, what indicators you are using or the parameters for reduce inequality except the social protection as an entry point. Because I think to reduce inequality, you have to understand who will be the worst or the hardest impacted. And in every sector, that will be different. How the model approach this inequality reduction? Thank you.
You see, you don't need to be shy, because this is exactly the weak spot in the presentation, because I haven't shown you anything on that. So you precisely put the finger where data is missing. We need, obviously, income distribution by decile, no? So here I have shown you both the impacts, as you had rightly said, but I did not show you inequality impacts. However, let me show you, I have the results as well, but due to time constraints, I did not put them in here. But where data is available, and this is often the weak spot, as you rightly pointed out, you can split the value added account into income distribution, meaning that everything that goes to a rich, urban, poor urban, rich, rural, poor, rural, and so forth, you have these statistics, no? And the model, you can attach as many indicators as you wish, no? So we have, in most cases, a rough understanding. However, the very detailed understanding comes with the empirics of the data availability. So you will see that the differences in terms of employment, because it is often medium to low skilled employment, benefits already the lower income ranks. Whereas the fiscal policy tax review, if you join my group tomorrow in fiscal policies from Burkina, we will show you the inequality effects of a fiscal neutral tax reform, which taxes the rich and recycles the money to give it to the poor, to allow for the energy price to be reduced for food, income, transport, housing, to increase their income. Yeah, but then you would need to join my group tomorrow. Another publicity. Thank you. The other question was here from the man.
Yes, Marek, thank you for your great presentation. I think it's also a very interesting model. I'm Joaquin from the page Argentina. I'm the coordinator there. So I have a few questions, but
just focus on one, please, because I'm
yes,
here throughout,
okay.
so we will be able to meet. But for the benefit of the others,
Yes,
just focus on
sure.
one, please.
But on which?
Yeah.
So, well, because one was very much conductive, I think. Well, let's say it's difficult. So I wanted to ask how you deal with the matter of when you have a green jobs model or a transition model, there are also jobs that will not only be lost, but also grow in non-green sectors.
Yes.
For example, you know, electric vehicles, electric mobility goes into an uprise in mining. And how do you deal with that? This would be one of the 4 questions. Okay, thank you.
Now, very good question. Just have a look at the graph very briefly that I had showed on industries. Here you see the industries as they come with the International Standard Classification of Industries. No, so here it's not green or brown or whatever. No, so the model allows you to assess all economic activities, or we call them industries. No, so you will see that the construction work, which is neither brown nor green, but whatever, goes up because construction workers are required. So the model fully captures the effects in green sectors. I didn't split them here between green and non-green due to space, but you could look at green jobs as such, but you have all other labor market effects by industry, direct, indirect, and induced. And you can split them and you can do a fine-grained analysis of the policy implications. And I'm happy to further discuss with you and show you how you really see the differences by sector, by industry, brown or green whatsoever. And it will, as you rightly said, it will sometimes also increase mining jobs in other industries which are required to make the transition happen. Okay, third last question. Here was the lady.
Hi, my name is Ilan. I work with the Louders Foundation. I'm based in Switzerland. My question was just on your factors that you figure in. Do you also look at, I'm thinking about export-oriented sectors. Do you also think about the policies of the importing countries? Because I'm wondering, like, companies in Europe now have to develop climate transition plans, and that will require them to reduce their scope 3 emissions in their supply chains, which might lead them to decisions on nearshoring, you know, moving their sourcing from some countries to other countries. So I'm wondering if that's also figured in here as well.
Yeah, and it's a very good question because that links us to an exercise we'll do after the coffee break. If I just tried this technology, I'm typically very bad with technology, but look at that. It's not a pointer, but it is, I don't know what it is, but it points to where I want to show. I have no clue how it is done, but look here, imports. So you have imports by product. So you see what products each and every industry imports. So the model can allow you to understand in a different set of policy scenarios, what is the impact, and this will be precisely the exercise we'll do. What is the impact of, for example, in industrial policy, which requires, for example, a 30% or like the Inflation Reduction Act, which requires a certain percentage of electric batteries or cars to be produced within the country. So you can model the change of imports and exports, both. Exports are here at the very end. Well, it doesn't point straight, but still it's very good. So Exports are here at the very end. You can model imports and exports according to your policy scenarios. And you compare to baseline, which is the empirical data that you have in the model. But if there are more details about this question, I'm very happy to try to answer those as well. Okay, thank you very much for your attention. We'll have the opportunity for questions later. After the other two presentations, we still have questions. Please allow me the other speakers because my 20 minutes are up already. So I ask Kirsten. Kirsten, can you hear me?
Yes.
It's your turn.
Thank you. I'm sharing my screen, but I don't. Yeah, no, it's shared. I can see it. Okay, perfect. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm really happy to be here. Thanks for inviting me. As I've been introduced, I've been working a lot with Marek, especially, and ILO on these green jobs assessment models before. And I will present some examples of the analysis we've done in Ghana and Burkina Faso today. And just relating to the last question, because this is another thing I'm working on these international global supply chains and emissions embodied in global supply chains. The national models don't have that data in them immediately, but as Marek said, we can look at imports and how imports change. But what we need for assessing Scope 3 emissions is then a global data on global value chains and the emissions that are embodied there. So that would be an additional analysis that we are currently working on in Norway to link it to such a, like that we can link the global value chains to like a national model. But let's just start. Okay. So I will not be talking about the model and the technical part because Marek is a lot better in explaining the main points without getting into too technical details, while I'm usually caught up in equations and so on, which is a bit boring for the general audience. That's more interesting for the people who are going to do the modeling after. But I'll just quickly show you a bit more in detail how we worked when we built such a green jobs assessment model and how we work with the data, how we design the scenarios, and what kind of results are coming out of this in the end. So linking again to what Marek has already introduced in short, we need different types of data. The most important data for these green jobs assessment models are national supply and use tables and estimates of the green industries. And yeah, then usually the supply and use tables are not made for every year, and then we need to update it to a more recent year. And then we need data by industry, which is employment, as well as greenhouse gas emissions by industry to do the analysis in the end. And we need macroeconomic data, which is data like time series data of the system of national accounts, population data, not only for the past, but also for the future, because this is one of the drivers of the model, as well as the global economic development, like some forecasts or not forecasts, like some outlook of how does it develop in the future, because also exogenous to the model are exports, which are a driver. Population and exports are external drivers of the model. And so this is in highlighting where we need the data, where we can rely on international data sources, and where we really need to collaborate with every country when we set up these models, is that we need the national supply and use tables. We don't have those. We really need to get those from the statistical offices, as well as detailed data on exports and imports, on final demand by households, government, and investments for as many products as possible, and value added and output by industry. The same is true for like employment by industry and greenhouse gas emissions by industry. Even though for those data we can rely on international data sources, but it's a lot better to work with country data, because sometimes yeah, that's going to be the next slide. Here, for example, for Ghana, in like international databases, we would have never been able to get as many indicators by industry as we have actually gotten from working together with the ISA. In Ghana, where we have employment for like by gender, by location, by education level, by job status, and then a combination of these. So we can do really detailed analysis on how the green scenarios that we look at, how do they affect the workers in rural areas with no education, with primary education or more education, and what kind of workers it is that are affected positively or negatively by the by these policies, possibly. So what we usually do is that we first get the national supply and use table from the countries. Then we have these data templates that go into the model, and we adjust the data templates to reflect the structure of the economy of that country. And then the national experts fill out the data templates that we can then include in the model when we set up the first baseline scenario. Then when we've set up the basic model, so we have set up a baseline economic development. It's not a forecast, it's more like following past trends. So it's usually the average, approximately the average growth rate of the past few years. And we, as I said before, like we use population growth and export growth as determined like exogenous variables. And then when we are looking at designing the scenarios, we ask 4 questions that there's not one answer to these. It's really a discussion that is necessary, and then we'll define like what kind of data is available, how can we convert the data that is available into data that the model can read. So the first question we usually ask for every scenario is what is the greenhouse gas emission reduction target, and how is it envisioned to be achieved? Or of course, not only greenhouse gas emission, but also what is the adaptation action? So, and then you need to look more deeply into it. What type of investments into which industries or products are necessary? How much is needed? How much investment is needed per industry, and over which time periods? Will it be like with the technology, for example, solar PV panels, will they be produced domestically, or will they be just imported, or is it a combination? How would the industrial structure change in response to the policy, both the structure of production? So if we're installing technologies that are energy saving, then of course we need less energy inputs in the industry, but maybe we need more labor inputs. But also, how does the structure of final demand change? What happens if more electricity is available? What happens if more electricity, like in the case of electric vehicles, we actually need more electricity, but at the same time, the demand for gasoline and diesel is going down. And this is the related to the 4th question: how does the demand by households and government change in response to the policies? And one example here is like the type of data that we need to model the electricity industry in more detail is like the total, because usually in the supply and use tables in the international standard classification, we have one electricity industry, and sometimes it's like the entire utilities industry, so it's electricity, gas, and water supply. But we actually try to separate, like how is the electricity by technology, so hydroelectricity, coal electricity, solar PV, wind, biogas, and so on. So then we would need the total electricity production and the shares of the different technologies at the base year, so at the current year, or the latest year where we have data. And then how is this envisioned? Like how is this development of these shares of the different technologies expected over the next years, and what's the alternative green version of it? And then, of course, we need to have total generation capacity that is currently installed and that is planned, because this allows us to calculate going from megawatt capacity installed back to investments in monetary terms. And then, of course, we also need to know, where does the money come from for financing these investments? Does it mean that other investments are not going to happen? Do we need to, is it financed by additional taxes, or is it just financed by international funds, which means that it's additional money that's going into the economy? And then one thing that we need to look at is like the import shares of fossil fuels. For example, when we did this work for Turkey, they realized that they would continue producing coal domestically, but they would import less coal when they extend their renewable electricity generation capacity, which is really good to do, because with that policy, they not only reduced carbon emissions, but they also reduce the import dependency. And then, of course, that's what I said before, the plans on domestic production or imports of electricity generation technologies for both for current development and for the green scenario. So translating that into numbers, this is the example for Ghana, and it's a simplified example. So it's not 100% what we did when we were working with Ghana. The numbers are approximately the right size, but we made it a lot less messy. So when you invest into solar PV photovoltaic at the industrial scale plants, the investment actually needs to be split up into the different products that you can find in the supply and use table. So it's investment into fabricated metal products, special purpose machinery. This is where the PV panels actually come in. But you need to connect the panels to the electricity net and to each other. So that's where you need additional electrical machinery and apparatus. You need construction work. You need some research and development services. You need financial services, and of course, you need transport services to actually get everything to where you want to build the plant. And when you invest all of this, then our calculations, and that's not an automatic calculation. This is really something that we need to gather, where we need to sit together and figure it out with the national experts. It's like, how much investment will actually lead to a switch of 2% going from coal electricity or gas electricity to solar PV electricity. And here we found out that the sum of these investments would mean that annually we would switch 2% from fossil fuel electricity to solar PV electricity. And then we get the results. The results are always compared to the baseline. So the baseline is 100, and then the deviations from the baseline is what we get from the solar power scenario here in this case. And we see that the solid line, greenhouse gas emissions, are significantly decreasing over the time period that we look at, from when investment starts in 2023 to 2030. While value added, the dashed line, it's increasing, so its value added is slightly higher in the green scenario compared then to the baseline scenario. And the dotted line shows employment. So employment is also increasing compared to the baseline. And these total greenhouse gas emissions, total value added, and total employment, these are the three main indicators that we usually get out of the model. And then this is just another figure showing what Marek also showed, that we know how employment develops by industry, how much it is increasing or decreasing in the different industries. And I'll just quickly show one result or one scenario for Burkina Faso, where we looked at the sustainable tourism. And that was a lot more complicated than the just solar power, because it's so many aspects of tourism that needs to be considered. So what we ended up modeling in the end was a structural change in the tourism industry, which means an increase in energy efficiency, less electricity and lower fossil fuel use, a decreased use in chemicals and manufactured products, higher and improved water management, so using less water, and higher wages in the more sustainable tourism. And to achieve that, as well as other parts of the sustainable tourism infrastructure, like protection of natural and cultural heritage, and the development of reception and waiting areas, play areas, areas for children and other tourist infrastructure. So those were investments that were needed. And then, of course, you need to invest into more efficient management and recycling of water if you want to model improved water management. And then the financing mechanism was a tax or CO2 tax on electricity and gas, as well as fossil fuels. And here, of course, if you put a tax onto some products that are used throughout the entire economy and by households, it will, of course, negatively affect the purchasing power of households. And therefore, we recycled the tax in the model by giving a price subsidy on food products, education, and health services, so that in the end, households were able to continue consuming as much as they consumed before, but firms had to pay more for using electricity, gas, and fossil fuels. And then we get the same graph as before. Solid line is greenhouse gas emissions, the dashed line is value added, and the dotted line is total employment. The scope or the scale of the differences is very small because, of course, like the tourism industry is just a very minor part of Burkina Faso's industry. But we see that with the structural changes, it's indeed possible to reduce greenhouse gas emissions while at least not decreasing employment and value added, even though they only increase slightly. So this is one of the results that we've gotten. And now I'm just asking, because I have a lot more examples, but I can just stop here. And I think Marek will pick up on the other examples in the exercise after. So if you have any questions, just ask. And thank you very much.
Yes, let's do the same. Let's ask 3 questions, if there are any, and then we go to Sten. The technicalities settled, but maybe the questions from the before session are still relevant to the presentation you have just seen. Any hands? Salifou?
Allô, bonjour. Bonjour Marek. Bonjour Kirsten. Voilà, je suis Salifou Zango du Burkina Faso. En fait, je n'ai pas de questions particulières puisque j'ai eu l'occasion de travailler avec Marek et Kirsten dans le cadre donc de l'étude qu'elle a présentée, les résultats donc de l'étude qu'elle a présentée. Je voulais juste dire que, bon, ils n'ont pas souligné de difficultés, mais justement pour cette question de la modélisation, il faut souligner qu'il peut y avoir souvent des difficultés au niveau donc des données. Dans le cas du Burkina Faso, on a eu affaire à la matrice de la comptabilité sociale qu'on a dû reconvertir en TRE, en tableau donc ressources emploi pour pouvoir faire la modélisation. Mais quand on regarde au niveau des TRE, des tableaux ressources emploi, des tableau input-output, il n'y avait pas suffisamment de données désagrégées du côté donc des indicateurs de l'emploi. On avait seulement 3 catégorisations de l'emploi. L'emploi donc salarié, qui est un peu similaire à l'emploi qualifié. L'emploi semi-qualifié, qui concerne un peu les travailleurs indépendants, les patrons. Et l'emploi non qualifié, qui correspond aux travailleurs familiaux, aux aides familiaux. Donc, il faut souligner que c'est des difficultés de données qui peuvent se présenter, qui peuvent compliquer un peu justement la modélisation. Donc, je voudrais vraiment féliciter Marek et Kirsten pour le travail qui a été abattu. J'ai travaillé avec eux durant presque 1 année sur l'étude là, mais à la fin, nous avons pu quand même aboutir à des résultats qui sont fort intéressants. Donc, pour le cas du Burkina Faso, je voudrais préciser que à la fin de la modélisation de façon globale, on a pu voir que la modélisation du tourisme durable permet d'avoir une croissance importante de la valeur ajoutée du PIB jusqu'en 2028, une création aussi d'emplois importante qui va jusqu'à l'ordre de 200 000 emplois pour l'économie nationale et des emplois qui sont surtout créés du côté des branches des industries vertes qui ont été créées dans le modèle pour le secteur du tourisme, à savoir l'activité et le débit de boissons durables que nous avons modélisé, l'hébergement durable et puis les agences donc, de tourisme durable. Donc, ce sont ces branches vertes qui ont été créées, qui créent encore plus donc, de l'emploi. Mais au final, en termes d'implication et de conclusion qu'on peut avoir, on peut comprendre que le secteur du tourisme du Burkina Faso est fortement intégré aux autres secteurs de l'économie, surtout le secteur agricole, parce que le secteur va aller prendre donc des biens donc, du secteur agricole pour son utilisation. Donc, il y a ces éléments-là qu'on doit souligner et on voit aussi que l'industrie, le secteur industriel ne répond pas correctement donc, au scénario donc, du tourisme modélisé parce que la base productive industrielle, en fait, au Burkina Faso est très faible. Et puis, du côté des emplois, ce sont surtout les emplois informels, les emplois, donc, j'allais dire, non qualifiés qui répondent le plus, tandis que les emplois, les emplois qualifiés répondent très peu à la modélisation, ce qui impliquait qu'il fallait avoir des politiques industrielles supplémentaires et des politiques d'emploi aussi supplémentaires pour que le modèle vraiment puisse avoir donc, tous les effets escomptés. Donc, ce sont ces éléments que je voulais souligner et remercier encore Kirsten et Marek pour la collaboration que nous avons eue ensemble sur cette étude-là. Bien entendu, on espère pouvoir continuer avec vous encore sur d'autres chantiers, sur d'autres études, justement, parce qu'on prévoit en tout cas en termes de perspective. Je pense que nous sommes en train d'élaborer un projet de durabilité qui est déjà disponible, qui va impliquer qu'on puisse conduire toutes ces études dans d'autres secteurs, voilà, à l'avenir, quoi. Voilà, donc merci beaucoup et voilà, merci.
Merci beaucoup. Kirsten, permet que je rephrase juste dans un contexte que l'étude était faite, et ça c'est l'approche que nous au BIT on prend, était fait en collaboration avec Salifou et le ministère, ainsi qu'avec un institut international comme Kirsten. Et ce qui manque dans l'étape prochaine, c'est d'augmenter la capacité de l'utilisation du modèle. Donc là, sur tout ce point, je ne vais pas vous répéter d'analyse du modèle. On avait fait ça ensemble avec Salifou, donc c'est aussi à vous féliciter. Mais ici, le point important est que si vous êtes intéressé à entamer, à commencer une analyse pareille de vos politiques, on met ensemble une équipe nationale, une équipe internationale avec les BIT et le gouvernement pour mener un processus qui aboutit à la fin du processus à une capacité d'utiliser ce modèle dans le pays par des spécialistes nationaux et locaux au lieu de toujours dépendre de Kirsten ou de nous-mêmes au BT. Donc, je pense avec ça, Kirsten, si tu permets, on va demander Stine. Stine, I'll switch to English. We will now like you to present and then have question and answer possibilities also for the other presentations thereafter. Stine, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clear and loud. We are here in the campus in Turin, which you may see, and we are all eager to learn from you. Stine, over to you.
Thanks, Marek. And yeah, it's a pleasure to be presenting to you today and have a follow-on conversation about what I'll be presenting. Can everyone see that?
Yeah, we can see the presentation. However, we would also love to see you, if that is possible. Yeah. If you're in pyjama, no worries, then don't put the camera on.
I confirm that I'm not in pyjama, but let me check my settings. Okay, if all goes well, you should be able to see me now.
Yes, great. Thank you. That looks better than I do.
Great. Okay. So you can see me and the presentation, right?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, good. All right. So I will be talking about some modeling that we have done similar to the modeling that Kirsten has done. And that is for several countries, being one analysis for South Africa in the wake of the COVID crisis to assess green recovery policies or different types of recovery policies, I should say. I will also be talking about a green jobs assessment that we have carried out for the Jordan economy. I understand that Jordan is not part of the UN page club, but it might be relevant nonetheless. And then I will also talk about a study that we did on the socioeconomic impacts of circularity in selected African countries for the European Commission. And yeah, prior to that, I will say a few words about the models that we use, which are very similar to the model that Kirsten also has described. So we use two E3 models at Cambridge Econometrics. So we have on the one hand the global macroeconomic E3ME model. So it is a global model, meaning that 71 regions are represented in the model, so 71 economies. Some of those economies are aggregate regions, so they include several countries rather than a single country because of data limitations. It is an econometric model in the sense that the relationships between variables and agents are determined by econometrically estimated equations based on time series data. And we don't make assumptions about optimization or rational behavior. So the projections and behavior is driven by the econometrically estimated parameters in the model. So it's a model for policy simulation rather than optimization. And as Marek also said, it's not about producing forecasts, but it's about simulating scenarios and comparing outcomes for different scenarios to imagine the likely outcomes and what might be the best direction to take. And yeah, as also mentioned, and as with Kirsten's model, it's based on systems of national accounts with input and output tables at its core to reflect interactions between sectors. And it is an E3 model because it has a representation of the energy system, the economy, and environment. The other model that we use is a frames model. So for those countries that are not fully represented in the E3ME model, we have an alternative model, which is frames that can be populated with country level data to represent similar relationships as we can with E3ME, and it borrows from E3ME even some of the parameters, to populate the model. So it's a lightweight, flexible cousin of E3ME, and it's similar to the model that Kirsten presented as well. So we've applied those models across the globe, and for the analysis we did on South Africa, we used the E3ME model because South Africa is an economy represented in E3ME. And as said, we looked at different recovery packages and assessed the socioeconomic impact of those. There was definitely a need for that kind of analysis, and for countries to think about the policies that they wanted to use to recover from the COVID shock. Because as we all know, global GDP dropped considerably because of the demand shock, even more than the global financial crisis in 2008. But there was also a fear that emissions would bounce back and even increase above what they would have been, because of some of the policies that countries were implementing that weren't always environmentally sustainable. There were some typologies of recovery policies, and broadly we categorize them into so you have grey policies, you have green policies, and then colorless policies. So the grey ones are those that have a negative environmental impact. Green policies are the ones with positive environmental impact, and colorless, they don't have a direct either negative or positive environmental impact. But then those are the non-energy related policies. But then you have the energy policies, and the indirect impact, environmental impact of green, grey, or colorless depends to a large extent on the energy policies that are being implemented alongside them. And that in the end leads to either a green recovery or a grey recovery. Now, South Africa is an interesting case study, because there was a real need to think about these things, and also an opportunity to set South Africa on a path to greener development. So before the COVID hit, unemployment levels were already quite high and increased during the COVID crisis to around 30%. And there was a 6% GDP loss, and investment fell considerably. At the same time, the recovery policies were being put in place. In the long term, there's a real need for rethinking of energy policy and decarbonization. 70-90%, there's a 70-90% reliance on coal for power generation. South Africa is the 13th largest emitter globally, and the power generation and distribution system is a bit unreliable with load shedding, etc. So that's the recovery context. We looked at various scenarios for the energy sector. So that is depicted here on the left. So with a business as usual situation on the left-hand side, and then in the middle, the most ambitious scenario for the power sector, with a lot of solar being taken up by 2040. Phase out of well, not a complete phase out, but an ambitious reduction in terms of the use of coal. And then on the right hand side, a moderate so scenario in between those, and that was then in combination with conventional policies, public works policies, and green recovery policies. And what we saw is that in terms of the emission reductions, obviously the most ambitious power sector scenario reduced emissions the most, and would have been able to keep CO2 emissions more or less. Well, emissions would grow the least. So that is the red line on the left, and then the other scenario. So the baseline is the green one on the right, and then the scenario in between is the one in between. So on the x-axis, you have CO2 emissions, and on the y-axis, you have the number of jobs. So we looked at the reductions in CO2, or how CO2 would evolve versus what would be the respective employment effects. And what we saw is that you can reduce emissions or abate the increase in emissions, while in terms of employment arrive at more or less the same level. So it is possible to decarbonize without necessarily jeopardizing employment. So energy policy is obviously a very important component of environmental outcomes, but it can also be an important driver of recovery. And adding green policies to that, which is not a line that was depicted in that graph that we saw, but green policies could reduce emissions even beyond just those generated by the power sector. It does come with a price tag. So for all that to happen, considerable investment is needed. And for the policy scenarios that we looked at, that was about 7 to 13% of South African public sector budget, so the national budget. But in terms of economic outcomes, it is possible to be at the same point, or even a better point, while also decarbonizing the economy and not increasing CO2 emissions as would be in a baseline situation. Moving over to Jordan. So that was a proper green jobs assessment for selected sectors. So the objective there was to calculate the number of green jobs currently existing within the Jordan economy, with some selection of sectors. So maybe not all green jobs, but we did have to be pragmatic there and focused on six selected sectors. And then also use that frames model to project forward employment levels, and looking at scenarios where that there to simulate the socioeconomic effects, or in particular the employment effects of 6 selected green economy initiatives that our client, so GIZ in this case, is working on in Jordan. Yeah, within those within the 6 selected sectors, as is usually done with the green jobs assessment, we identified the green economy activities on either a process-based or output-based or natural resource conversation method. So for those not familiar, so process-based means that the the product is not necessarily a green product, but the production process is green with a output or product-based method. It is the product that is green or considered green. And then natural resource conservation, it's where the activity is all about natural resource conservation. So going through the economy and scrutinizing all the sector data, we identified a number of green jobs depicted here across sectors. Yeah, the estimates could be considered as conservative due to some data limitations and uncertainty, it is assumed that all the green jobs are informal employment. So we only looked at formal employment, being those with a labor contract. So obviously there's quite a bit of informal employment, and according to the ILO definition, even if they contribute to environmental outcomes or improvements, they cannot be considered as green. And then yeah, so the 6 selected green economy initiatives that we focused on relate to recycling plastics. So there's a big issue of PET bottles not being recycled or disappearing in the informal economy and then being exported. We looked at an investment in textile recycling. We looked at resource efficiency in food processing and in food processing. Sorry. We looked at the use of sustainable sludge. We looked at enhancing water efficiency, and we looked at greening of public transport by the deployment of e-buses. So those are the 6 green economy initiatives that we assessed and simulated in the model to then assess the employment effects. And for that, we obviously collected assumptions with the help of stakeholders and local partners. So I won't say much about this, but just to give an example of how that works for one of the green economy initiatives, being textile recycling. So there's a lot of textile that is wasted and it is not being recycled and reused. The scenario that we looked at is what if that waste is actually being recycled and then used as inputs by the furniture, so manufacturing sector, as well as the textile sector. So to do that, it was estimated that 1.2 million Jordan dinar would be needed to build the facility and capacity to do that kind of recycling within the waste sector. And then that obviously has effects on other sectors through the input-output relations and the prices of the inputs that those sectors are facing. And by using recycled textile, the input prices would be lower than current input prices, and therefore that can lead to an increases in output in those other sectors. So that's yeah, sorry, and the 1.2 million is on an annual basis, so total investment to make that happen is a bit higher than that. But that's kind of the mechanisms that we assessed in the modeling. And this slide depicts some of the sector results that we saw from combining the six scenarios. So in the textile sector, compared to baseline projection for the textile sector, so keeping everything the same, the green activities would lead to a net positive employment impact for the textile sector, and the same for the waste and water sector. So small net positive impacts on those sectors. So we're also projecting here the growth that there would already be in the Jordanian economy, to make sure that we're comparing apples with apples. In aggregate, so that indicates good potential for green growth and employment in the Jordanian economy. So creating more jobs in aggregate than in a baseline situation. And key sectors would benefit from the substantial investments in green technologies. I should say that, so we only looked at 6 specific green economy initiatives with a particular price tag, which in the grand scheme of things is relatively low in terms of investment. So the more investments that one would, on the one hand, assume in the model or put into practice, the higher these outcomes are likely to be. And then because of the process-based greening, that also means that the green jobs by a given year, by 2030, are not only those that are being added to the economy because of the investments, but you're also greening existing jobs that can then be classified as green jobs. And that's what you see with the green lines here. So on the y-axis you have the number of green jobs, and then on the other side, those are the numbers for total employment. So in the scenario, so total employment is a bit higher than in the baseline employment, but the number of green jobs goes up by quite a bit because of that greening of the economy. And then we also touched on the policy implications, and obviously one aspect that keeps coming back and that needs reiteration is that skills development is required to enable a smooth green transition. So it's not just about the investment, but it's also about the supporting policies to facilitate that, in particular being skills development. Finally, we looked at the circular economy in selected African countries, being Morocco, Egypt, Senegal, Ghana, Nigeria, Rwanda, Kenya, and South Africa, and how we translated circularity into the model is by looking at the sectors depicted in the table on the right. So higher collection and recycling in the waste sector, reduction of food losses in supply chains in agriculture, as well as the use of organic fertilizers, use of recycled inputs, less e-waste imports, and material recovery from e-waste in electronics, and the use of recycled inputs in plastics, as well as in construction. And yeah, we use a combination of the E3ME model and the frames model. So E3ME for those countries that are represented in E3ME, and we build frames models for the other countries. And what we see is that that circularity, so the circular economy, can have positive impacts on GDP, employment, but also on CO2 emissions, and that the CO2 emissions are largely driven, and we're talking about differences to baseline here. They're largely driven by the increase, by the expansion of the economy. So if your GDP increases, consumption goes up, and that has also effects on CO2 emissions, but the intensity of it decreases slightly because your GDP goes up by more than your CO2 emissions in most cases. But there are these rebound effects that require attention. Yeah, and it's also good in terms of employment. And the sectoral results explain that a bit more, perhaps. So here we see gross output by broad sector and how the model simulated that they would be affected. So on the negative side, you see a reduction in imports because less e-waste is being imported, as well as material inputs, and also raw material, in some cases raw materials activity in that sector decreases. On the other hand, there's a positive effect in construction, so that's the light, the turquoise. There's a positive effect in waste management and recycling. So there's investment to set up the facilities and to increase the rate of recycling. And there's a positive effect in agriculture and fishing because of the efficiency and less waste. That is also which leads to more products being sold. So yeah, these are the kind of sector dynamics that we saw from assessing more circularity in African countries. Bringing everything together and based on various pieces of analysis and modeling that we've done. So co-benefits of green policies are possible, which means that despite some of the narrative that you might sometimes hear that environmental policy, green policies, and the energy transition would be devastating or bad for the economy, what we consistently see is that that is not the case. The transition can have positive co-benefits also for the economy. It can also lead to higher investment levels in aggregate, in particular when policymakers set clear signals about the direction to go. So providing policy certainty also has an impact on financial flows and investment decisions, as well as on international financial support for policies. So yeah, it can lead to higher investment levels in aggregate. And then there are potentially negative impacts on poorer households through some of the price effects. But supporting policies can mitigate these impacts. And in particular, how net additional revenues, so let's say from an environmental tax, or taxing oil, how those revenues are being used to mitigate some of the negative impacts that people and certain groups within society might experience is an important parameter, is an important driver in this. However, also, there are differential impacts by country and economic sector. So the results do depend on the different economic structures that you might have in countries, the trade relations. So what the imports and the exports are, and how dependent a country is on that. That all plays into that. So it requires tailored analysis to assess the trade-offs that countries might face on that is intertemporal trade-offs, as well as trade-offs between investment decisions and policies. So yeah, analysis on a case-by-case basis is required there. Thanks for your attention, and I'm happy to take any question. And I apologize if I've taken more time than I was allocated. I did lose track of it.
Thank you very much, Stin. Let me allow for one urgent question, if there is, before the coffee break. Any hand I see? Yes, please. And we will have the time for discussion and questions in the session after coffee break, when we have the exercise. So the exercise will allow you to further discuss and ask questions. Please.
Yes. Thank you for your presentations. All the presentations are very interesting. And well, I'll try to make it in English. Just, I'm curious about the experience you share with us. How have you managed the uncertainty of the model with when talking to the government, for example? Because sometimes it is difficult to share with the government side the scientific information or data. No? So I'm curious to know how you manage this uncertainty you show in the models. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, it's a good question. So very often we work with national stakeholders as well as national partner who know the political landscape much better than we do, of course. So there's an important role for national stakeholders and national partners to communicate about the analysis that is being undertaken, but also for us to explain as clearly as possible what we're doing, what the risks or what the caveats and limitations might be with the model. So communication is an important aspect. Generally, regarding uncertainty, there are various. I'm talking about model uncertainty here. There are various ways to deal with that, and one of the ways is by conducting sensitivity analysis, so changing some of the parameters and running alternative scenarios that assess what the impact is of one specific parameter, and if you change that parameter to highlight some of the uncertainty that you might have in the model. And a question that we often get from policy makers and people not very well informed and with a lot of expertise, but not necessarily a modeling background, is about the forecasting nature of the models. So we often have to clarify that the these models are, and I would say most models are just for scenario analysis. So simulating what if scenarios. So what if this policy package is introduced? What if an alternative policy package is introduced? And based on what we know about the world and how things have panned out in the past, these are the direction of impacts that one can expect. Obviously, no one has a crystal ball to look into, and there's a lot of uncertainty that that is difficult to capture in a model. But with the best information and best of our capabilities, these are the expected outcomes, and that is not us saying that we predict with certainty that we think your economy is going to have this GDP in 2030. So that is not what it's about. That is not what we're trying to do. So that is a point that often needs to be clarified, and maybe also addresses to where you might be coming from with that question.
Yeah, thank you very much, Stin. In fact, we reached the point where we started. The model is supposed to inform policy. So this question was a very good one to conclude that session, because eventually the objective of those models is that policymakers act upon the evidence from the model. So at the ILO, we, as I had indicated earlier, we do set up these so-called steering committees at the country level, where we bring in policymakers together with researchers and the ILO and the research institutions to build the capacity at national level, because that is also of utmost importance that people trust in their model and they use it in their simulations. And only if you had started from the outset with the policy making, then it makes perfect sense to take the results on and act upon. If you just do a study and then you dump it on the country, and then, yeah, there are many studies, right? So this is why at the ILO, for us, the collaboration with Cambridge, with SINTEF, they are always together with the government to help inform decision making. So with that, we will then discuss policy implications in the exercise after the coffee break, and I hand over to Linda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marek. Thank you, Stijn. Thank you, Svenja. Now, we are a little bit later than we wanted to be, but that's no problem. And I promise, Marek, we are going to finish at 5, because you all had a long travel and a long day, and there is a cocktail. So the exercise will be short. Let's go for a 30 minutes coffee break according to schedule. Well, a little bit later, but 30 minutes according to schedule. Back here at 4:30, and we will do a quick exercise and finish the day at 5 p.m. so that you have some time to freshen up before the cocktail. See you at 4:30. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
Especially Okay, welcome back. Just have a seat. Linda kindly will help me distributing the exercise. So you work in pairs. So please just look next to your neighbor or anyone else on the table you wish to work with. And you'll receive the exercise in the 3 respective languages. So you'll receive 1 for 2 or 1 for 3. So you look at the same exercise. So we have prepared 2 different exercises, and so we will split the room into exercise 1 and exercise 2 because we won't have time. We initially wanted to have both exercises done by everyone, but we will just split the room into 2, and the default line will be here, because you will, and you asked the question about imports. So from these tables on, you look at the second exercise, and from this table on, you look at the first exercise. So you'll receive a sheet from Linda, which has a first and a second exercise. So again, on those tables, you see the scenario here. So please look at the question at hand. You should compare 2 scenarios. No, we now imagine you are in your country, you're a policymaker, you have been part of the GJAM, the Green Jobs Assessment Model Group, over a year, and now come the results. Now you had 2 policy scenarios where the solar power increases by just 2% per year, and there was a more environmental oriented group in your country which wanted to increase solar power to 5% per year. And now you receive the results in 2 graphs, one on aggregate trends and one on employment by industry. There are 3 industry groupings. So you should discuss the results by sector, looking at the second graph, and then come up with policies to make the transition, just transition policies to make the transition also just. So your task is to compare 2 scenarios, the 2% and the 5% increase of solar power per year. And you need to come up with policies to enable the transition. So you can just look to your neighbor and start looking at the results, discuss the results, and in 15 minutes, I will call upon the tables to just give me an indication of what policies you came up with. Now, from this default line, those tables on this side of the room, they will don't look at the first exercise. You can do that as homework if you wish, or to sleep better. So just look at the second exercise. You have a scenario, and we will put up the scenario on the screen as well. We will have a scenario on imports. Here, the current trend in global policy making is industrial policies. Why? Because governments realized that a reliance on international and global supply chains may lose them jobs and make them vulnerable. So industrial policies, there will be courses tomorrow, are en vogue. So now you have a group in your country, imagine you are policymakers, and there's a group who says, no, we are liberal economists, no industrial policies. So as the current state today, most PV panels are imported from China. So 100% of imports are from China. This is one policy scenario, compared to another group of policymakers who ask the model the question, okay, what if we adopt a strong industrial policy and we reduce imports to only 30%, stimulating local manufacturing? And now you compare the results by sector. You have two graphs, which you kindly discuss, and I will probe you after 15 minutes.
Someone go.
And I will do
Okay.
If something is unclear, just raise your hand. I'll come by, but please, the others just continue. We don't have much time for discussion. So if you raise your hand, I just pass by to help to clarify.
I cannot send a file here.
Maybe here, the dot. Post and photos.
No, huh? Yeah. I have them all out.
Okay, this exercise is just to mend. The idea of it is to see how relevant these models are for policy making. So obviously, we cannot have all results discussed. So it was really just an initiation for you to appreciate how the model can help you in policy making. So I will start with the first group to see what they had discussed. Just from 2 or 3 tables, we'll ask volunteers to just brief us on the outcome of the discussion. Recall, that was one of the questions at the tables. We compare a baseline scenario, which is past economic trend projected into the future. We compare a baseline with a 2% solar increase. It's a moderate policy with a stronger policy of 5%. Now let's ask this group for some discussion. Who wish to take the floor?
Alors, je suis Honoré Gabriel Divot du Sénégal. Je parle en français. Donc, ce qu'on a pu constater, c'est que avec les augmentations de 2% et de 5%, donc de 2017 à 2022, on a pratiquement une confusion dans les deux scénarios. Mais à partir de 2022, si on prend les émissions de gaz à effet de serre, on voit qu'il y en a moins pour le Solar Power Group 1. Donc, avec un écart beaucoup plus prononcé, si on regarde bien par rapport à l'énergie solaire tout court. Mais cela n'influe pas trop sur les emplois et sur la valeur ajoutée sur le PIB, d'autant plus que cela peut peut-être au départ de 2022 à 2027 avoir une petite différence, mais tout cela se rejoint à partir de 2027. Donc, sur le long terme, ce qui va ressortir, c'est plutôt la différence sur les émissions plutôt que sur l'emploi et la valeur ajoutée.
Non, merci beaucoup. C'est une super observation. Pourquoi? Parce que en agrégé, hein, on parle d'emploi en agrégé. Hein. Un scénario qui regarde juste aux panneaux solaires, pour tout le marché du travail, l'impact sur l'emploi est minimal. Hein. Il ne faut pas croire qu'on va créer 1 million d'emplois avec un scénario politique d'introduire des panneaux solaires. Hein. Et ce n'est pas très ambitieux non plus, 2%, 5%, ce n'est pas très ambitieux. Donc, l'observation est correcte. Quand même, la réduction en gaz à effet de serre est plus importante parce que c'est une source d'énergie qui est remplacée par autre. Donc, ça, c'était une première observation. Moi, je vais voir avec la table derrière. On reste avec les francophones. C'est qui souhaite juste nous donner 1 ou 2, peut-être sur les politiques qui vous pensez? Parce que Salif, toi, tu as déjà parlé, désolé. On va essayer de faire un peu de diversité. Donc, ouais, merci.
Alors, pour les politiques sociaux, ce qu'on a constaté, c'est sur le taxe qui doit être créé sur tout le scénario 1, qui a plus de pertes d'émis plus de gaz dioxyde de carbone et surtout aussi de l'inégalité de sexe, de l'emploi de mâles et femelles qui voit plus de l'emploi de mâles que de femelles. Et surtout aussi avec l'exode rural qui fait que l'emploi, il vient plutôt des gens qui habitent dans la ville que des gens dans le rural. Et voilà, c'est tout. C'est tout. Ces 3 scénarios qu'on pense que la politique doit être appliquée.
Non, mais voilà, c'est une super observation aussi parce que voilà, il y a une différence, bien sûr, entre les sexes, non? Parce que le secteur, il est apparemment dominé par les hommes. Donc, si on souhaite une politique de transition juste, de augmenter les femmes dans le marché du travail, il faut peut-être dédier une éducation spécifique pour les femmes. Parce que si on laisse ces politiques qui que pour augmenter le solaire, si on laisse ces politiques sans autres mesures d'accompagnement, le résultat, ça va être qu'il y aura de nouveau plus d'opportunités d'emploi pour les hommes, au lieu pour les femmes, ainsi que urbains, parce que c'est là, bien sûr, là où sont les gens éduqués, ils ne sont pas dans les zones ruraux. Donc, si on veut une balance sur l'inégalité et une balance entre zones rurales et urbains, voilà, il faut considérer peut-être des politiques d'installer un institut de formation dans les zones rurales au lieu de juste lier à une institution existante dans la capitale. Merci beaucoup. On va passer ici maintenant au groupe avec la question sur les importations. Je vous rappelle pour tout le monde, let me switch to English. So now we'll move to the group with import. Here we had two opposing fractions in government. One supports strong industrial policies to reduce import shares to 30%. The other just said, let's go with production happening in China and import them. Who wish to briefly look at the results and share with the others? Yeah, please, you have a mic.
Yeah, thank you, Marek. I'll give it a shot. Since we began late, we didn't really spend too much time on many sectors, but we have like a case study for one main sector based on the experience in Morocco, for example. So because of very strong industrial policy to encourage agriculture water pumping with the solar panels, this would have a drastic effect on this agriculture industry, because in the beginning, manufacturing capacity will not be the same as it was when we had 100% of imports. And with regards to jobs impacts, well, the first impact is the creation of many new jobs, because the entire value chain needs to be serviced. And it will create, in turn, indirect jobs like we have seen, because you need to do a lot of things, take care of maintenance, take care of the batteries once they are done, and recycling them, all new skills that need to be injected. But of course, and then other jobs can be induced. But then what we noticed is also that by 2030, according to the curve, things start to equalize a little bit. So based on that, we can say that agriculture would most likely be the first sector that is impacted by that, mostly, of course, the farmers themselves, but also some positivity because of the reduced water overpumping that has drastic environmental effects. It's going to be kind of a good thing in the beginning. The other thing that it can do is improve the how do you say it, the reduction of informality in the sector, because there is a lot of informal sectors and seasonal workers, especially women, for that. So that impact is also seen there. But as the value chain becomes more streamlined and you adapt to this new how do you say, to the reduction of the import shares, then you become to have a production increase and are able to meet the adapted demand, so that you start moving towards a positive but more greener agriculture.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Indeed, the effects of the supply chain is probably bigger, as you rightly said, than in the sector itself. No, and here, this is why we had shown you this graph with all the industries. Each and every industry is basically implicated, no? Because the economies, they function in a way that if you look at even agriculture, they are just interlinked, no? So the point that policymakers often don't see is that, and that's why now industrial policies are en vogue, is that helps to reduce imports, that helps the job markets across a variety of industries, as was rightly pointed out. Thank you. There was Janita.
Thanks, Marek. So I'm just going to add to what the colleague from Morocco indicated. So between ourselves, Indonesia and South Africa, what we've looked at is the policies that would need to inform this transition from local content down to imports of 30%, meaning that at a domestic level, you've got to inform it to adjust accordingly in order to address it in the short, medium, and long term. Now, in reflecting on the employment by category, the tertiary institution qualifications are at a minimal. We'd have to work on a short-term plan to push up. So the policies, the skills policy that needs to be put in place would need to push the secondary lot into tertiary education. And then the medium to long-term plan has to look at those with the primary education and no skills for addressing skill shortages in the medium to long term, if we want to follow such an aggressive policy of 70% local content manufacturing. So you need to address the industrial policies. You need to ensure that you have a workforce that is ready for both the maintenance aspects, as Ali has mentioned, as well as the manufacturing components, and noting that the workforce is sitting at a minimal in terms of numbers. And then what we've suggested, if we had to write it out, is the TVET colleges play a critical role in moving people with no skills, as well as the primary lot into a secondary and tertiary in the medium to long term. But it has to be a long-term plan. It cannot be something that happens overnight, because it's not realistic and not achievable within a short space of 5 years. There's a lot of planning instruments that need to be put in place whilst trying to address the domestic market, setting up new and emerging industries as well, and ensuring that there are incentives enough for local industries to get into the space. So there basically has to be lots of policy levers in the short term to inform how the industry will shape in the medium to long term, and not necessarily reiterating the points. It does definitely impact on all of the sectors. You are going to have those that can get into jobs directly with no skill sets, like agriculture is one of those ones. But for the sectors that require skill sets, it's a medium to long term program.
Now, very good. You touched upon the several of the issues that are still in additionally to required. No, so what cascades down, what's interesting from what you said is, first, you think, okay, the climate policies as such may not stimulate the economy a lot. No, as we have seen from the first group, employment increases by little. No, so you add an industrial policy following from the first group observation that was mentioned, and you will find there's more employment created in the supply chains. Now, this industrial policy comes on top of the climate policy, right? Now, this is annoying. Then you realize, and what you mentioned, Janita, is you realize that this industrial policy will not happen by default. Why? Because you don't have the capacity. Now look at the Inflation Reduction Act in the US. They are struggling to find workers in electric machinery, equipment, electric cars, and so forth, because it's mainly concentrated in battery supplying Asia, right? Notably China. So you need to think, in addition to the industrial policy, of a skills policy. And what type of skills? Now, you mentioned it. It's maybe higher skills that you require, and you need to have the training plan, the institutions you had mentioned that need to be built, the curricula need to be built, the teachers to teach need to be created. And also, it's a long-term plan, as you mentioned. With that, I thank you very much. I'm hoping you had enjoyed the session, and wish you a good cocktail, and I'm still available to meet with you over the next day.
Thank you very much, Marek.
Nice exercise, nice way to finish the day. And as Marek was saying, there is the welcome cocktail at 6. So you have a little time to refresh yourselves if you want. But at 6, there is the cocktail. At 6, you will also meet the director of the training center here. He would like to meet you. He will say a few words at the cocktail. So try to be there a little bit on time. Bring your shoes to dance if you want. See you at 6. Thank you.
time, so we